Most burn up. A lot of them are
And the ones that don't are called meteorites. Yeah.
tiny. Yeah, but it's not an issue for us on Earth because most of them burn up. However, you got an issue for anything outside that let's say we had this nutty claim that there was shit outside the atmosphere where the shit's not burning up, that is subject to get tore up by all that shit. All that stuff is gonna fucking. It's like a shooting gallery. Not when you get outside the atmosphere, basically. Somebody's shooting 25 million bullets a day at Earth, pretty much.
So what's so I mean the ISS should be being bombarded by these things, right? They're not burning up.
They're not burning up before they hit the ISS, yeah, because it's out. They claim that it's outside the atmosphere. So.
Yeah. You only got that one little
Yeah, all
hole
the
that they plugged with
satellites
their
and shit.
finger. Yeah, all them satellites,
That was
right? They should
fucking
be being
ridiculous.
taken out all the time.
That hole in the meteor thing was fucking ridiculous. First of all, he tweeted it and then posted a picture of a satellite that got hit a meteor, but it was on the cover of an album. Like, where it was weird what he did. Like, he didn't take a picture of the fucking hole. He just used some other picture from a random satellite that an album cover was they used for an album cover. Like, it's weird. Had to be doing weirdo shit.
Yeah, you love that stuff when they do it. Like, wasn't it one of the engineers or somebody like that supposedly works with the James Webb bullshit that as a hoax he like took a picture of like a salami or something and passed it off as like a planet, like an exoplanet or something. Like I don't know what it was that I forget what it was that he took a picture of, but it was something stupid. And then they admitted it. Just ridiculous. And then they expect you to believe them on other shit.
They got the NORAD Santa tracker. You know what I'm saying? I can't take people seriously.
Yeah. Santa tracker. I mean, that one you could easily write off. Oh, it's just something cute and fun for the kids, but still, yeah. And they're always lying, doing it for fun, shits and giggles.
Well, they're tracking Santa, but they're letting fucking Chinese balloons float in, so that's weird. You
For
track
real.
Santa all the way and you're gonna get this fucking balloon. Maybe you guys should stop doing goofy shit and focus on the fucking task at hand.
Did you hear what it was they shot down?
A UFO.
Was it
No,
Santa?
no.
Santa sleigh?
We actually know what it was now.
A drone.
Well, you know what
Which
the
one? The
drone.
first one?
Hold on, hold
The,
on, hold on. Not
yeah,
we
which
know what it
one?
is now. You think you. Hold on a second. Not we know what it is now. You think
Okay.
you know what it is because they told you.
Actually, they deny it, but I'm pretty sure this is what it is. There was a high altitude weather balloon that was launched by a group called the NIBBB, Northern Illinois Bottle Balloon Brigade.
Uh,
They actually figured
no.
out a way to use a $12 weather balloon that circumnavigated the globe twice, and the last contact they had with it was right before the U.S. Air Force launched a $53 million missile onto something that kind of resembles what they lost.
Do you think that was a $12 balloon?
Doesn't that sound like the U.S. government?
I mean,
Dude.
that's a cool story. That's a cool story, and yeah, it does fit how incompetent they are. Yeah, but I mean,
That's,
that's just something
I mean,
it's just a
you know,
story.
it
that's
might not be
impossible. A
You can
weather.
go to the grocery store and buy those like foil balloons that for like Valentine's Day, and it could cost you almost $12.
this is a special ordered one that they did in big batch. Um, like, there's a whole thing about the actual balloon, but what was cool about them is they got a whole bunch of them for the gross price of $12 each.
No, all right. So first off,
The
I'm
helium.
going to
was
ignore the
toxic
part
when
about
was
it
brought
being
down.
this Illinois one that circumnavigated the globe twice. I'm going to ignore that.
The
Pretend,
bottle
but
balloon brigade. Yep.
I mean,
I mean, the official story is literally like China admitted it came from them. Our
Oh,
our military admitted that they
so
watched the thing fucking leave China. Okay.
I'm I'm
Um.
talk, I'm talking about the second one. The first one, you're
So
completely
there's
right. Was China. The second one that they shot down.
okay. And out of the three, the third one was over Lake Huron, right?
Right.
Okay.
The
So
the second one, the one that they shot down off the coast of Alaska.
the one that yeah, what they took out in Canada.
Yeah.
Um.
I mean, you can argue
all
who's
of it,
water.
all of this stuff is literally just uh, fake news, fake news, fake news. Like it's all a setup, a plant for the stage, for the world stage. It's meant to get our attention. The media covering it, and for what most likely to try to gain public support for this idea of war with China, which where like the general, the Air Force general or whatever, like a week before the first balloon, said uh, he said that we're likely to go to war with China in 2025, and then all of a sudden we got a Chinese spy balloon in the media. Um, the other stuff, yeah, I mean, there's probably multiple angles that they want to use because then why did they then say no? It turns out these things are just amateur stuff, university stuff, research balloons.
The bottle balloon brigade.
But
Come on,
yeah,
I want to get their name out there. Let's be serious.
dude, we launched that the one over Lake Huron. We launched two $500 million fuck or no, two $500,000 missiles at it because we missed with the first one. We missed with the
Right.
first one. So we spent $1 million, over $1 million, taking out a freaking a weather balloon.
See, that leans more credence to my point that, maybe they're not some evil bastard. Maybe they're just useless at their job.
I think that that's one of the big points of this propaganda. I think they want you to think that they are that inept and inadequate at their jobs.
I mean, if NORAD don't work and they let this shit fly around the whole globe twice without NORAD even knowing what the fuck.
Right? Like,
It's the same thing as putting Biden in office. Like you think the government's really that freaking broken? Like he's literally there just to make people lose confidence in their government.
in fact, it's actually 15 guys. Most of them are like teenagers in a garage. It's nothing like putting Biden in office.
Yeah, it's all everything they show you is literally there to be a show. They're way better at controlling us than they're letting on. They're purposely trying to look stupid so you think that it's impossible for them to be smart.
Okay. I mean, if you think the government is a lot better than they let on, I wish I had your optimism. I think
No,
they're
that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. That's a very bad thing because their job is literally to control you, not to defend you from other countries. They all work together. We, the people, are the enemy to the government.
interesting. You feel you're an enemy to your own government?
Yeah, the government hates us. Yes.
Why do you feel that you hate the government?
I said the government hates us.
Right, but the government doesn't actually have feelings. It's not real.
No, okay, like yeah, no, as like an entire body, no, but those who run it,
So it can't hate you because it's not real.
those who are in charge have basically declared war against the people who pay and fund them. Okay, they're using us to just run all kinds of freaking things that are against our best interests. That's anti-humanitarian. It's pro-war. It's anti-freedom. It's pro more big government. It's they
If
just
you hate it, it's a good.
always want to gain more and more control over you by any means necessary.
Oh, that sounds awful.
That's exactly what the
I'm
government.
sorry you live in such a totalitarian society that can't vote.
Do you think your votes matter at a federal level anyway? I wouldn't. I'm not going to get into whether or not local or you know state like elections because possibly those I would say might be somewhat legit, but on the like voting for president, you think your vote actually counts? Do you think your president actually is doing a job, or is he just the face of a corporation there to be a scapegoat when they fuck up?
I think he's probably using the powers enumerated in the 13th Amendment, but that's just. I mean, why don't you tell me what he's doing?
Nothing. He's there just to be a fucking scapegoat. That's what all presidents are for. Trump played a role too.
So who's really in charge?
It's a good question. I would argue we have plenty of evidence to say it's more of like fascism. It's big business. It's the corporations, and in today's day and age, it's mostly big pharma and big tech who have
You have evidence.
lobbied to own this country.
You have evidence, so I assume you have name on all of the
Go ahead
people.
and just look around you. Look at all the shit that big pharma has been able to pull over the last few years. Look at all the spying that happens with all of the big tech corporations, all the shit that's on your computer and on your phone, all the cameras and what they're able to listen. Dude,
I mean,
everything is there. Everything is there for surveillance.
all the
And
stuff.
when it comes to big tech, and it's not there to help you; it's to help them. It's to freaking to keep an eye on you.
All the stuff that you agreed to.
Yeah, we unfortunately they kind of trick you into agreeing to use this stuff. Like they've made a society where you have to be connected in order to function freely in society. Not freely, but yeah, in order to do anything basically.
Really, you don't think you could be an effective parent if you didn't have an online presence?
Uh, not you couldn't be effective in society. You could take your kids out into the woods and start or out into the middle of nowhere and start growing your own food, but you have to completely abandon like all of the so-called privileges that society has to offer.
Why? Because you choose to have a old phone? Choice. You could have an answering machine. There's one down at the Goodwill for $1.25.
You're just kind of dragging me down a freaking hole I didn't intend to get down.
It's where the sorry.
Anyone else want to take his bait? I'm so sorry for you that you trust your fucking slave owners.
Okay, I don't quite know what you mean by that, but
Yes, you do.
No. I'm pretty sure I have quite a few freedoms that I express on a daily basis.
Well, that's the best slave. They think they're free.
Oh, okay.
Well, don't you agree that a slave
there's
can get?
willful slaves. Even back in the days of this, like the slavery that they, always taught you about in school and all that. Most of those slaves, they weren't even watched all the time. They could go at any time. A lot of them were, they actually kind of liked it. It was just the life that they were adjusted to, that they were used to.
Mhm.
They just thought it was their role in life.
And it's been pretty cool, It's let me go around the world multiple times. Done lots of cool shit. It's been pretty cool.
I'm happy for you, brother.
I'm just wondering why you called me a slave then.
Well, you'll get there.
So Kool-Aid, can you drop that manual you were talking about? I'm trying to find, but there's so many models.
The Halo 24. The
Halo
latest.
24. Okay.
Yep.
I want to get to the bottom of this radar thing because the way you explained it, it just doesn't sound right.
I mean, that's the way they explain it, but
Yeah, the way they explained it. And you're saying this is a proprietary technology? Meaning
the
that it's secret, like the patent is not available?
the way that they amplify and return the signal is proprietary.
Okay. And you said it bounces off particulates in the air, basically.
It bounces off, or it might be pressure. It bounces along the surface, though.
Yeah, the
And
surface
if
I
you look
get.
at it,
That's one aspect, right? But the wave needs another aspect. It needs something to bounce off
the
in the
diagram,
vertical position, right?
it's fine. I see. Just look it up.
No, hey, no worries, bro. If you don't know, if you just know cursory information, I get it. I'm just asking. I'll look into it myself. Halo 24, you said, right?
I think that I don't know. It's Rakia's boat. Ask him. But I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
I don't think Rakia's here.
Really, I think the whole thing is just because he wants tech support on his boat for free. And that's why he's got the whole community looking into it.
No, but you said you were specific. You said page 52, I believe.
Yeah. And I don't remember if that was of the PDF or of the other one. I downloaded and looked at the manual. But hey, I'm gonna go feed a dog. Have a good night, y'all.
All right.
Whatever. That's an excuse. Feeding a dog literally takes like 3 seconds while you're on the mic.
It's some sort of special radar, man. I gotta see this.
Well, whatever you do, don't leave to go put the kettle on.
Has Kool-Aid been taken after Ruhif? Now he's going to feed the dogs too?
Yeah, feed the
Jeez.
dog. I got some VHS tapes to return.
And hey, be fair, be kind to your animals, everybody.
Who knows? Maybe he's gonna go cook him a chicken or something. That'd be nice. Friggin' good dog owner.
Yeah, he's gonna go like actually kill the chicken himself. Yeah, fuck it. So funny in the chat. Gambino always comes in and he's like, "My satellites proved the globe with the pictures all at the exact same curvature rate." And I had taken his pictures once and overlapped them, and they're like grossly different curvature rates. And he always comes back and says it again, and then I drop the picture, then he disappears. It's this crazy vicious cycle. It's like, oh, what's its here? Damn it.
Yeah, he's troll center. Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that he did partake in this thing he sent though. It's like they worked with different high schools and colleges, and they would make like little CubeSats and sent them into NASA. Then NASA supposedly shot him up. You know. So I mean, when he says he works for NASA, that's what he actually means. Is he was part of like a high school that or a college that worked on a CubeSat.
Gambino is the kind of guy. He goes into a nightclub, makes trouble. The bouncers throw him out. Then he tries to get in from the back door. Somehow he gets in. They throw him out again. Then he finds another way. He gets in through a roof. Through the roof, he finds a hole through the roof. He gets in through there. It's like he has to be there. He has to. There's no way. Like he'll even burrow underneath the root, the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, like look, if you guys see, like I overlaid the curvature and I matched them up. Look at that. Like just outside the picture, they're like literally lined up. See if I can find the full one. Like why does the Earth keep changing size in these pictures? I think I know why. Because the camera's changing angles. And now that we're looking into this like ether, wind, speed, and the magnetic field, it's like, bro, you really can just throw a CubeSat up there, probably.
Now you're saying this based on the Michelson-Morley experiments, if I heard you correctly,
Yeah, when they were
or something.
redone by a dude named Miller, and then Elias from the
Miller. Yeah.
Elias Effect looked at it. Yeah,
Yeah, I saw one of the charts and his thing was there.
yeah. It just shows you. Well, they try to say that his results were unclear on the Wikipedia list
That's
because
right, unclear. Yeah.
yeah, but it wasn't right. It's like very specific data, but just doesn't work for them. But yeah, because it shows it's just crazy, man. It just shows that it gradually changes throughout the year, and then it has its maximum on the fall equinox and its minimum on the spring, like the exact date of the equinox. Out of the whole year, you would get your maximum and minimum on the equinoxes, the exact date, and it would gradually change, moving towards the maximum and back towards the minimum throughout the year leading up to the equinox. No way, it's a coincidence.
It's something to look into. If we can have any more like proof besides that one experiment, that would be good. That would explain a lot of stuff.
How's it going tonight?
We're concentrating.
I got a question. Daiso, are you I just saw you light up. Are you at your mic?
Yeah, what's up?
If money was no object, or no blockage, meaning indefinite amounts of money, what would be some of your thoughts as to what we could do to advance, the understanding of everything related to ether and electromagnetic, electrostatic, etc.? Like, what are some of the first things that you think would be cool to try, cool to test?
I think it would be cool to try and acquire all of Tesla's writings and works and try to revive those. Yeah, just go from there. Start trying to recreate what some of these other guys envisioned long ago.
Now that's a
I
hell
mean,
of an answer. You got my backing on that one.
yeah, I
For
mean,
sure, to be able
I feel,
to replicate it.
yeah, because I feel like they pretty much already envisioned what what would be required to have sustainable energy, like free energy, essentially. Um, I mean, that was obviously one of the ideas, and I think there was a lot more, but I mean, just that in itself, dude, is a big deal. You just got to figure, like, if energy was free to everyone, like, what you could do with that, and like how that would change the cost of goods and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only free, which of course that they couldn't allow that, right? But wireless. Imagine, look at all the wires. Like I just have one TV stand and like about a sound bar, and I have like an antenna, and there's like literally there's like 30 cables with okay, it looks like a spaghetti. I had to buy like special fit, those things you gotta wrap the cables and all that stuff. So imagine no cables. That's just one other benefit.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, that in itself wouldn't that resolve world hunger?
Just about, yeah. Then there's the healing properties of it. Then you can heat your home. You can run your car without putting gas in it ever, without ever needing to stop to refuel it. Ever. No refueling. Just
Yeah,
gets
the batteries are the main problem. The batteries is the main problem with these electric cars. Otherwise, it'd be fire.
No, you don't understand, bro. This is not about batteries. This is about power transmission through the air.
No,
So
I
no
know. And if you
batteries.
had that, no, I know. And if you had that, you wouldn't need the batteries.
Yeah.
What do you need a battery for?
Exactly. Well, you might need a small one for some things, I could imagine. No, actually, I can't. But if the power is already there, maybe a capacitor or something. I don't know. He has a patent.
That would open up air travel as well, like in terms of, lands beyond, perhaps, like, if there is land beyond the Antarctic region, or, but let's say it's like 50,000 miles or something, like, I'm just throwing out numbers, but if there was some, way to do air travel without having to depend on fuel, that would open up travel as well, to where you could explore the Earth without being limited to the fuel limitation.
Yep, absolutely. All you need is transmitters, and yeah, it's amazing. Don't forget that this is not just pie in the sky stuff, right? This is a man that invented. He had a remote control boat. I think it was in New York, and he used to drive it around, sail it around, and everybody was freaking out. This was in the 1890s.
Bro, New York gave you everything, dude. You guys owe everything in New York. You know where the first television transmit? You know where?
Apparently, he got all his ideas from Canada, from what I hear. And do some
No
research.
fucking way.
This guy in Canada was pigeon sending him all the info. No, but for real, this is some crazy technology. Imagine remote control in the 1890s.
I mean, the Globers will downplay it like he didn't really do that much, and it wasn't nothing special.
Yeah, Kosher tried to do that.
Zanuck will
Oh,
do it. They
yeah, I
all
heard
do it.
about
It's
that
weird.
radiation, SC. Yeah, it's no really big deal.
Like even the Tesla coil, that little trinket that shoots off sparks. Like, yeah, it looks like a little trinket that should be sitting on somebody's desk, but that actually does something.
Yeah,
Like
bro, that's.
his shit's valuable to what we do right now. A lot of his shit, the electric motor.
Oh yeah, that's all him. That's all Tesla. Then
He basically made Niagara Falls, didn't he?
that's all his design. Yeah, yep. All those generators are Tesla generators. Yep,
He
still
invented the
running.
fluorescent. Did he invent the fluorescent light bulb? I think he did.
Yep. In the 1890s. Yes, sir.
Edison wouldn't let him use his bulbs to light up the World Fair or something, so he invented his own bulb, which we still use to this day. I probably install hundreds of those fluorescent bulbs a year.
I hear that. He also invented X-rays. He called it Roentgen rays, I think. Yeah,
I mean,
also in the 18.
to be fair, those fluorescent bulbs are on the way out though with LEDs now. I mean, they're based. Those fluorescent bulbs are pretty much barbaric, but we did use them for the last I don't know how many years, like a long fucking time. So
Yeah, but don't mistake the fluorescent bulbs that you think with gas inside with these kind of Tesla bulbs. They just involve a bulb, a filament, right? But there's no gas inside. It's just under vacuum.
I knew you were about to say gas with a Z. Oh,
You can't win this battle, bro. It's an English thing, so you just can't win it. You're always going to be second to that. Don't even try. Like it's an English thing. I mean,
yeah.
yeah. As funny as
Well,
it sounds,
how
how
about the
does
word
vomit?
like? Well, how about bass? Like bass fish, or like bass? Like, do you say baz? as well with a Z?
No, I say bass. Bass, yeah.
You
It's
say,
just the
look at
gap.
you're out in the street taking care of your garbage thing, and some fly chicks walk by. You're like, damn, look at her ass.
No, we don't say that, man. No.
What an opposite idea though. Like, if there was energy that was wireless like that also had beneficial effects on the body and was indefinitely available as well, versus what we have now, which obviously we're paying for and all the taxing that it does to the earth, and then it's actually like not good for our bodies. It's like a disharmonious frequency.
Posho lives right next to the power plant under the power line. So, I mean, if that doesn't tell you what's going on.
Yeah. Imagine a tower in your city now, right? In the highest location. And you turn it on. And every appliance you buy from here on in, you don't have to plug it in anywhere, like a lawnmower, your car, your boat.
DVD player, the VHS player,
anything,
all that.
Anything.
Your 8-track.
Yeah, it just has an antenna, which is probably going to be a bulb. This is like bulb technology. It's crazy, man. It's really, when I looked into it, I go, no way they're using a bulb.
Yeah, but wouldn't you still need some kind of battery to that charges or whatever, and all of that?
I think a capacitor. I think that a capacitor will do, if I remember correctly. But there's no reason why you can't use a battery.
Capacitors, I mean, capacitors, they basically like release all of their energy in just one quick shot. Like they don't like slowly release it at a limited. I mean,
that's true. Huh? You're right. Yeah. You can't control it. Yeah, you're right.
Do you need a battery though if the thing's constantly getting power?
I don't know. I'm not somebody that knows this shit should.
If you have your
so I never graduated for it. I only took like some of the classes before I dropped out, but I took electronics in high school. I earned a bunch of credits towards electrical engineering before I even left high school, and then I also took a couple semesters in college towards electrical engineering. So like I have a certain amount of understanding about the stuff. Like like capacitors. That was a long time ago too, so I've forgotten a lot of it. But
I mean, you ever have a laptop? You ever have a laptop where you can take the battery out, but you could plug it in and it would still work?
Yeah, I've had that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But that's because it's plugged in. I mean, you're getting a constant juice. Like the battery is just the battery is just there for being portable. That's all.
Yeah, but that's what this would be. It'd be like constantly being plugged in because it's constantly getting the juice. This pie in the sky fairy thing as he's talking about.
Oh, another attributes of this technology. Thanks for reminding me, Jeremy. Check this out, bro. He claims now, I don't know, because somebody wrote a PhD and this is part of his thesis, right? So that guy claims that Tesla said that when he would, this kind of energy, this radiant energy, when he would use an appliance, a light bulb, let's say, and when he would turn the power off, the light bulb would stay lit for about 15, 20 minutes without
that's
power.
Just fucking annoying. What if you're going to bed and you're like, all right, honey, hit the lights, and then fucking 10 minutes later, it's still on?
Dude, I just got to say, I'm at the store right now, and the minute you said appliance light bulb was the moment I was grabbing an appliance light bulb off of the shelf. I just had to tell you.
Yeah.
Don't you love that shit? Those little synchronicities. That's always funny. Yeah. It's kind of shit that makes you wonder what's real.
Here's one for you, dude. I said light bulb 2 seconds before SE said it because my son hit it with this giant bouncy ball balloon thing he's got.
And the light bulbs I'm getting these light bulbs are actually appliance light bulbs, those little 40-watt ones. So it's like actually an appliance one as well.
Yeah, that's very specific. Yeah. The kind you put in your oven or your microwave.
Or your fridge.
Or a lava lamp. It's probably Geo's lava lamp, I'm pretty sure.
You're getting lava lamp light bulbs?
No, it's like like above the stove, like the lights above the stove. That's what they're for. That's the ones.
No doubt. Yo, you
Yeah,
guys
so
got to
that's
watch
it.
this fucking TikTok. I sent it to you in DMs, Gio. Did you watch it?
No, not yet.
Yo, watch this. Watch this fucking video. All right, fuck your number. This is the new number now, SE. Check this. Check this video right here.
Not
You
gonna
got
beat
TikTok?
1/137, bro. Forget it.
All
It's in
right.
everything.
Okay, I know. I know. Just watch this TikTok. This is dope.
It's the bonding agent of molecules, the sun, this, that, and the other thing. I didn't know about this until the other day, bro. Don't blame me. Blame the creator.
That's because you're way behind on stuff. Larry brought this to us 6 months ago. You got to keep up to
Yeah,
date.
let's see this new stuff of yours. Let's see. Yeah, sure.
The new number is 108. 108 now.
108. That's yesterday's number. What are you talking?
Oh,
108.
look at this. You didn't know this stuff that this guy said. Just watch the video. There's more to it than that too, though. There's like 108 is big in a few other things.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey.
How we doing?
Not too good, unfortunately.
Oh, Charlie horse. What's up?
I'm just
Not
pretty
too
sick.
good.
I'm very sick
Yeah.
right now. I'm running a fever. I just feel very weak.
You might need to take the
You got
booster,
good
man.
energy, Charlie. I'm sending you. You know how you get people do this? This is how you do it. You say Charlie's suffering. No, don't say suffering. Say Charlie is healthy, healing, happy, safe, forgiven, protected, and free. And if possible, I'll take some of his pain right now so he can be relieved. Shit, yeah. That's how you affect change, boys and girls. Okay, continue.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I
Does
also
that mean
took
you're not
two.
going to be intently fighting for the globe tonight, or what?
I mean, I can if you think it'd be more fun. I also took 2 NyQuil. So this is like, you know how in Dragon Ball Z, Goku trains like in a high gravity environment. That's like me right now. If you want to come
This
at me,
is
bro.
like your training, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like handicapped, so
Nah, you might do better. You never know.
Yeah, this could be like one of those drunken boxing things. That's
I
a
mean,
real thing. You ever see that dude who used to act like he
no,
was
I mean,
drunk?
I saw the movie with Jackie Chan. It's an old ass movie. It's a good movie too.
Yeah, but there was a real boxer that actually used to do that. He was nasty too. Floyd Mayweather said it was his hardest fight ever, and Mayweather was sick with it. Forgot the dude's name, but
Probably talking about Pacquiao or something.
no, not Pacquiao. Some drunken boxing guy used to like dance around, do crazy shit. I saw him double punch a dude once on some Street Fighter shit, bro.
I don't know. Was it Oscar De La Hoya that was on?
No, not De La Hoya.
He's on one lately, dude. I don't know what's up with that
De La Hoya? He's
guy.
not boxing still, is he?
No,
He can't be
no, but
boxing. Oh,
nah, but they have him like up on stage and shit, doing fucking TV stuff, and he's always just like on one, dude.
the Golden Boy. My friend was a huge De La Hoya fan back in the day, and the De La Hoya's nickname was like the Golden Boy or something. I used to fuck with my friend so bad. I used to call him the Golden Shower. Like we'd get ready to watch the game, but yo, your Golden Shower boy's about to get his shit fucked up. Anyways,
Dude, I couldn't get to my mic. That was hilarious, though. Poor dude.
you watch that 108 video? I see that shit's fire, bro. 108. That's also the number in I think it's a Buddhist prayer bead or something. There's some religious beads that have 108 beads on them. Where else? The number 108 pops up in a few other places too. I mean, just from that video alone, though, that's a lot of 108s right there. And that's all fucking cosmological shit.
It's a TikTok. We'll see. We'll see if it measures
You
up
didn't
to
watch
1
it yet?
over 137.
Just okay, I'm not saying it's going to be better or just watch it. It's pretty neat nonetheless.
I'm messing with you, bro. Yeah. There's that. There's pi. There's Fibonacci. Yeah. The more we know, the better. Yeah. I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
108, yeah, that's a big deal. 108, 36, 36. That's the supposedly that's the water molecule.
You know, our boy Tesla was 369. That was his thing, right?
That's actually in the sacred geometry. I saw some sacred geometry presentations, and 369 is big in that.
Yeah.
Who was it on? It might have been Jeranism. I don't know who did it. I've seen it a couple times. Some good presentations on the sacred geometry thing, and 369 is a big hit with them dudes.
By the way, I just got a notification. It's new moon tonight.
You get notifications for that? For what purpose?
Yeah.
No, I got a freaking app, sun and moon tracker, and it throws, harvest moon, and it throws all these things at you when, yeah.
We had some cool fucking moons this winter.
You just,
Saw a couple.
I'm just saying, do you go out to like do observations of it, or is it just another thing for your phone to beep at you about?
No, I use it in the summer. Sometimes.
Sacrifices.
Yeah. No, sometimes I film Jupiter, Mars, stuff like that. Venus, the moon. So I use
You
it
got
in
one of
that.
those P9. You got one of those P9000s.
Yeah, the P900. Yeah.
Yeah, those look like they zoom pretty fucking far, man.
They
I
do.
wouldn't mind having one of those. I bet you I could see some far off shit because I'd be seeing mountains in the distance, and I'm like, yo, where the fuck are those mountains at?
You can get a cheap one.
Photography is something that I wish I knew better. It's actually very complicated from what I can tell, like really understanding it. What sounds like the P900, P1000, like those series, like they kind of simplifies it for more of the layman for these long distance observations and stuff, which is why it's the flat earth camera of choice,
Simplified, yeah.
Why can't we just
Yeah.
attach why can't we just like attach Siri to the camera and shit and just be able to like talk to it or something? Like, hey, like zoom over here or something.
Well, they do have
I don't know.
tracking apps for that, for the satellite, for the telescopes, I mean.
But I mean, I've talked to a bunch of flat earthers who own these things, and I mean, sure, it's not going to be everybody. Some people just are in love with them things; they love doing it. But there's been a lot of people that I have talked to that they bought one, and they're flat earthers, and they got into it. They bought one and spent a bunch of money, and a year later, it's like, okay, I took pictures of the moon, and what else do I do with this thing? The thing just sits, and then they're ready to sell it.
Yeah, not me, man. I had fun with it. I filmed sunspots, the moons of Jupiter, the rings of Saturn.
They say it
Plenty of
takes those
stuff.
sunspots. They say it takes those sunspots 27.3 days to go around the sun and come back to where they were.
They say a lot of things, yeah.
27.3 days.
Like the sun is thermonuclear. Sure.
The sun's they got the sun circumference at
so
270.
a Sunday is 27.3 days, or are those,
The
or the
sunspot
spot
Oh,
day.
bro, you didn't
is,
see
or is the sun stable and the spot is moving around it?
So look
Think
at
of
this
that.
list. Lou, look at this list I got right here. I posted in the text chat with this 273 number. Don't let SE's theory off into his weird fraction thing. Just look at this list right here.
Oh, this is some dodo stuff, man.
Bro, that shit is fire. Just look at it. It's not. No, stop. Okay, stop. This is not some
he,
dodo
he
shit.
got
Don't
as soon as I
laugh.
brought out 137, he got intimidated. He couldn't handle it.
This is not some
I
dodo
don't get
shit. This
into
is
the
just.
whole like repeating numbers thing. Like, I just don't want to. It's
No, I feel you, but
yeah.
list though. Look at the list. I'm not into the whole numbers thing either, but this number is so crazy. Like, just look at it.
Yeah, you got quite the list here.
That's a lot of 273s, bro, popping up out the woodwork like that. You ain't got to do no weird math or flip letters around or whatever.
Shit, now you guys know the fucking code to my garage. I'm just kidding.
It's
It's
the
not.
270. I'm gonna pop up and steal all your fucking 10mm sockets.
Yeah. Good thing everything's imperial over here for the most part.
So you gave up on your previous number. What was it? 237, the one you were selling.
73. 273, that's the list right there. Look at that
273.
list, bro. That list is fire, dude. No, you can't even fuck with that. You can't
Wait, what
fuck
are you
with
guys
that list.
talking about?
The 273 number.
Oh shit. Okay. I was like, am I screen sharing or something? Because I was like right now I'm getting Chat GPT to give me a list of the most like I asked it if I gave you a set of starting words that you have to combine in order to make new words with, and you want to make as many new words as possible by combining the previous ones. I said, give me your choice of 273 words. And it's like making the list, and you're like, look at the 273 list. I'm like, what's going on? So who's spying on me?
You see your screen. No, I
I
just
bet
posted that.
Jeremy DM'd him to say that. He just DM'd
I did
him.
not DM him to say that. I had to actually pay him to say that.
What do you want do you want a screenshot or something?
No,
No.
messing with Jeremy, not you, bro.
Oh, but I'll check out the 273 list. Who did someone just post that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's in the text chat. It's those two white squares that I posted.
Oh yeah, there you go, man. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna save those.
Yeah, save those, bro. That's huge. One over 273.2 per Celsius degree is the expansion reduction of gas. Gases expand by 1 over 273rd of their volume with every degree on the something.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure the one. I'm not sure you got the one I discovered on here.
Yeah, that was just some quick list I threw together one night. There's way more. There's way more.
Oh,
You could probably make
okay.
a whole nother page.
Yeah, most definitely.
Dodo would be proud, Jeremy.
No, this is not. No, stop. This is not some dodo shit.
The Dodo list, yeah, that's it.
No. No, this is just some numbers that pop up in physics.
He's
And,
sitting there listening on YouTube, and he's just like, "Look at what I've done. Look at the monster I've created."
Hey, it's uncanny.
No, he'd be
It
doing
really
weird
is.
shit, flipping letters around and doing weird math and shit. These numbers are just right there.
Oh, that one where you inscribe a circle inside of a square, and the four empty areas left over that the circle doesn't take up is 27.32% of the square. That's just a square in a circle, you know? That has nothing to do with space or anything. Like, there it is in nature, just like a really strict geometric delivery of this number.
There's also another circle and square one where the perimeter will equal the circumference of the other one or some shit. Yeah, it's like I figured the Bev dudes would be all over this. They don't give a fuck though about this geometry thing we got going on here.
Wait, 273 days from the solstice, from the summer
To an
solstice
equinox.
to the. No way.
Yeah. That's
To
what
the-
I'm saying, bro. Like that shit's too much of a coincidence to be all over the place like that. Like what the fuck?
Wait, it's 273 3/4 of the year?
Kosho had some mathematical thing with that. I think he was saying it was 3/4 of 365. I forget.
I don't want to freak you guys out, but there's
It is.
there's a
Sorry, go
company
ahead.
called Dodo Logistics.
Oh boy.
Their address is 273 New Road.
Just stop. Stop, Dan.
Wait, you're joking.
Fuck?
You're joking.
I swear.
Oh my god. You
Come
should post
on,
that,
man.
man. We gotta add this to the list.
No, take
Even
out,
that's
delete that part of the live stream just now. What Dan just said.
No, but I just did the math, Jeremy. I just did 365 times 0.75, and yeah, it's 273.3. It's crazy, man. Or 273.75, but still, that's crazy. And that 0.75 would shrink a little bit if you did the 364.242. I should do that. Yeah, that's 273.18 days. So basically that 2732. You notice a lot of them are 2732, right?
Yeah, I think 2732 is the actual. I'm not sure, but I just say 273. But yeah, it's a lot of them. It's 0.2.
Yeah, it's a
they
little
add the 2 on.
unnecessary.
They add the 2 on. Yeah.
Very interesting. Simulation, man. It's all a simulation, I guess. How else do you explain this shit?
The 108 one was neat too. I mean, 108 Earths will fit in the sun, but the sun is 108 Earths away from. Or sorry, the sun is 108 suns away from Earth.
There you go.
But then the moon, but then you can put 108 moons inside this, in between the Earth and the moon. Like, yo, this shit is crazy, bro. Watch that 108 TikTok I posted.
That's Dodo logic.
I mean, that's based on a heliocentric thing, although they have reverse engineered heliocentrism for their model. But I'm just saying, technically, that's in that model, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But Jeremy, a word of advice. I'd stay away from wording it 108 Earths can fit inside of the sun, because millions of Earths can fit inside of the sun. You're talking about 108 Earths can fit side by side across the diameter of the sun.
That's another speculation.
Something,
Well,
yeah, whatever.
Of
it is.
course,
In the
but
heliocentric model, yeah.
It's just not filling the internal volume. It's the diameter of the sun is 108 times the Earth's diameter.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. But yeah, this is all in the heliocentric model, of course, yeah.
Well, I mean, I was joking about it being Dodo, but I mean, there are like sacred geometric, I was gonna say like symphony or harmonies within things, and that connects to numbers and also like geometric shapes, and so there are very interesting ways that numbers seem to be embedded into, like certain ratios and frequencies seem to be embedded into this realm in ways that, like the Fibonacci sequence as well, and the golden ratio. So it is really fascinating, and it seems to indicate, to my mind, that there is like a very definitive form of intelligence and creation behind the physical world to have these kinds of ratios match up the way that they do. It's like a synchronistic system for within like the numbers and ratios and how that all plays out. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, this shit reeks of intelligent design. Absolutely.
It's
There's
like
no
if it
doubt.
really, yeah, if it was a big bang and the way that they describe and it's all random, we just happen to evolve on this rock in the middle of nowhere, then yeah, why would there be all of these? I mean, the Fibonacci sequence is another one that's like incredible. It's embedded in the body, all over, like the distance between the knuckles on your finger, the distance between is Fibonacci, distance between your wrist to your elbow, to your shoulder.
Yeah, that's
There's
phi.
so many.
Yeah, that's phi. That's another crazy one. Not pi, guys. Phi. That's freaked out. The proportions of an ant, like you said, the distance from the elbow to the that's freaked out, that one. There's definitely a fingerprint of the designer, and especially I think the Fibonacci. If I was to pick one, I would say that one. Like absolutely shows design, like a shell, a beehive, a leaf, all that stuff.
Pine cone, a sunflower, anything with
Yeah.
that spiral pattern. Anything that's got that spiral pattern. Because that spiral pattern is how it plays out when you actually put the squares down geometrically and then trace it out. You
Which
ever seen
then
when they
plays
do
into
that?
like, yeah, yep. Which is also the human ear, like the ear spiraling out, has those proportions as well. But I was going to say, and how that Fibonacci and the golden ratio is connected to vortexes, and how that then correlates with the way the stars move, the sun, everything circling Polaris, and the ether, and even down to the concept that physical matter is actually made out of like vortices and particular frequencies, like sustained and particular frequencies. It's like, seems like it's like vortices all the way down instead of turtles all the way down. It's like vortices from the micro to the macro.
Yeah, if you don't see intelligent design and that, I don't know what to say.
Hey Jeremy, add this one to your list. Send you the screenshot for
What is
math
it?
proof. What is one day compared to a year? So it's like
1/365th.
Yeah, that's a fraction, right? And maybe 1/365th.242. What does that equal as a number instead of a fraction, right?
Oh yeah, what's the number?
0.00273.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
And if you put
Are you
that in
serious?
percentage,
Did you just do the math for that?
yeah, I posted it. But if you wanted to turn that into a percentage, all you do is have to move the decimal over one place. So one day is 0.0273% of a year. But it's not. If the year was 100 days, one day would be 1% of the year. And because it's multiple hundreds, it's going to be a fraction, or a portion of 1%. And
Nope,
so
you're off by a decimal move for percentage.
Oh, so you're saying that one day is 0.273% of a year?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's 0.0. I don't know. I'll go with what you say.
To get a percentage, you move the decimal point twice.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, we got to put that on the list, bro. Redo the list, Fundy. Make the whole.
Yeah.
We got to make the whole list up and
Dude.
then fucking have it all in one thing.
I can't believe Fundy didn't already know that. He seems to be all into this stuff. That's
Wait, what didn't I
that's
already
like
Yeah,
know?
sophomore that about the percentages, moving it two
it's going in
places.
his file. Don't worry, Lou.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
putting it in his file.
Yeah.
I knew it was one or two. I mixed it up. If I thought about it, I would figure it out. But
Too
I
late.
just
It's
don't
already
remember.
in his file.
No. You had to learn that in like sophomore year of high school. You should have retained that shit.
Well, I should, but I didn't. So I guess it is surprising. But I knew it was either one or two. I was just saying one because I couldn't really remember clearly.
We'll forgive you.
Thank you. I'm
No,
so
it's in his
embarrassed.
file.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we'll never forget. This will come up in 2 years from now. That's weird that one day is. I mean, see, this is where you walk into the realm of dodo shit, where now you're just playing games with numbers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the proof is in the pudding, man. These aren't like unsubstantial like situations or occurrences, you know. These are things like absolute
It's just like a
zero,
reasonable.
like
That's like a reasonable
squares and
thing to do,
circles.
though, with the 1 day thing out of the area.
Yeah.
We'll put it on the list, bro. We got to redo the list.
So it's
It's good.
conceivable. So it's like something about the sky has this 273 ratio in it.
Yeah, yeah. The year compared to the day, which are both like observable things in the sky.
I've been trying to put you guys onto this 273 thing for years. I've been pushing this. Like, this shit is huge, dude.
I didn't memorize the list, but did you put from conception to birth on average for a human baby is 273 days?
The human gestation period, yeah, it's on there.
Okay, cool.
I've seen
Both
other
that
lists
and
that have more on them. We could probably make up a whole nother page of 273s, I bet, if we tried.
uh-huh. And yeah, you said you sent a TikTok about 108, but I got a bunch of those that I know about too. If you got a list out there, I'll check it out, see if I have anything more to contribute.
I mean, I just have a tiny list.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find it again. I got it right here. Hold on. I'll post it right now. There's just a little list. I've seen other things that have 108. Like, there's some Buddhist prayer beads that have 108 beads or some shit on it.
Yeah. Both like the Catholic Hail Mary beads or whatever, and like the Buddhist prayer beads. They both traditions have this 108 bead specifically. I once found this just like rose quartz necklace with a bunch of beads on it, but it's like super long, right? Goes down my like belly button, and I was like, what are the chances that just like someone's handmade necklace has 108 beads? And I counted them, and I'd try because I lost count a couple times, but yeah, 108. And I was like, oh, I guess this person must be a Buddhist or a Catholic or something, you know, or they just did it on accident. I guess would be an option as well. Still got that necklace, but I don't wear it anymore because the elastic is like it's given out. I don't want it to break on me.
So you guys actually buying this number thing, or are you just memeing?
Bro, there's nothing to buy. What I mean, those are just
It's
some
just
things
they're,
that have the number 273 in it. What's there not to buy?
they're just pointing out the uncanny amount of like repetitiveness of this sequence of numbers.
Right. I guess what I'm asking is, do you think it's just a coincidence, or do you think there's more to it than that?
No, this
That's what
reeks
I
of
mean.
intelligent design.
Oh, okay.
I think
So,
it's not.
so you
It's
do
more
buy
than a
it.
coincidence. Yes, I'm buying it. Yes,
Yeah. All right.
I'm buying it. Unless you believe in all this ridiculous coincidence. I mean, I don't know how much coincidences you can believe in, but
I don't even think it's ridiculous at all, right? Like if you fixate on a number, there's probably a very, very large amount of things that you can find that number in, right?
I mean, find something that's as close as this 273 thing.
Sure,
Yeah,
I can find.
pick another random number and then compile another list.
Hold on,
So like,
random between what range?
well, I'll just come up with something right now. Like, how
Sure.
about 5273? All right, now compile a
Well,
list that's equivalent.
5273. I mean, I think that's a little unfair because that's an extra number.
Okay,
Can we
go
do
triple
527?
Well,
Hey,
okay, yeah,
just
fine. 527. Yeah, 527. Do
All
that.
right, give
go
me 1
triple
second.
digits, somewhere between 100 and
Oh,
999.
527, right? Just give me a second.
Sure.
Or you don't even have to pick it up. Just find another number that comes up as much as this.
Yeah,
Look how much.
in as profound situations.
Well, but the thing
Like,
is that you should be able to pick any random
Okay, the
three-digit number and
number
have it equal.
527. The number 527 is it's a very important number in tarot card readings. The angel number 527 has a very specific meaning. I won't go into it, but you can Google that part.
Yeah, but I probably picked that
So-
subconsciously. Hold on, we need a real random number
No,
generator.
hold on. No, I'm not done. In the Bible,
I'm just messing around. I'm messing
in the
around.
Bible, 527 in the Christian Bible is Revelation. Is a specific passage that describes the vision of John, right, in which a book with 7 seals is presented to the Lamb of God. Okay.
Damn it! I know it.
527.
I didn't randomly
527.
pick this number, did I?
Okay, I have tons of physics and geometric things that my
Okay.
number links to. So far, you came with tarot cards and a Bible.
Okay, I mean, I didn't know you were restricting them to geometry, right? But if
We're
you want
not.
me
I'm
to,
just
I
saying,
can.
come with something like, I don't know. It's got to be like tarot cards in the Bible. It's like, eh.
I mean, I thought you held the Bible in high esteem.
No,
I don't, but
dude. You guys always want to assume flat earthers are all like ultra religious. Like I heard Jeremy even say the other day, he doesn't even consider himself to be Christian. I'm the same. Like I think there's some truth in the Bible, but I don't think that it's necessarily like the word of God and all of that stuff. No, this is opening up the fucking room
it's fine.
for fire.
527.
I want to say something real quick about the Bible passage. Yeah, there's a Bible passage 527, and there's also a hotel down the road that has a room 527. There's certain things that
Dude,
they're
like,
not they're not special. They're just one number amongst thousands of other numbers. Like when it comes to the Bible, you can find any number, any triple digit number there. Just like a 10-story hotel, you're gonna find. So that doesn't mean anything. It isn't special for that number to be in the Bible or as a hotel room.
yeah, if you have a fifth floor, you're gonna have a 527, pretty much.
Do you guys see that 273 is something called the angel number?
Yeah, dude, that shit is no joke. I'm telling you. I've been trying to push this number on you guys for fucking years now.
This is 273 is a combination of the vibrations and influences of the number 2, the energies of number 7, and the qualities of number 3. That sounds like word salad, but they are repeatedly calling 273 the angel number, and I think it's tarot related.
Now, literally all numbers have. Look,
All numbers should be equally like if you're looking for these types of things, they should all have like an equal ground because nothing makes them special, right? Like they're just it's randomness essentially.
No, I mean there are some special numbers, right? But
Well,
they're special.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying that they're special in very specific ways in math and physics. But beyond that, go ahead.
Based off the fact that we're using like a base 10 system with everything nowadays, like there's certain numbers that might repeat based off of that, and that could change. You might find other sets of numbers that like to repeat if you had like a base 12 system or something like that.
Hey, I actually know some other numbers that like there, you can see the theme between them. Uh, like that's you want a lot of the things you mentioned on your list of what makes a number special. If you're trying to make a case for it, you're gonna want like an interconnectedness in the themes and like the places where they occur. So
Yeah, like my shit
if you,
got all kinds of physics and geometrical implications in it. And your shit's got tarot cards in the Bible.
Right,
so
but
let
he
me
also searched.
let me
He
give it
also
let me let
searched
me
for like
let me give
15
an example.
seconds.
Let me give an yeah, of course, yeah. He can come back later, give it his best shot. But let me give you this one, right? Um, the the Vesica Pisces that you see like Jesus drawn in front of, painted in front of. I can send you like hundreds of paintings where Jesus is, sitting or standing, whatever, in a Vesica Pisces, right? The shape, like a pea pod shape, right? And uh, the Vesica Pisces, of course, is named the Pisces, which is the Jesus fish symbol. And it turns out that the closest whole number representation of the width versus the height of a Vesica Pisces, like a perfect Vesica Pisces, is 273 vertical by 153 horizontal. And that is like the closest you can get with numbers to representing the ratio between the height and the width of a Vesica Pisces. So there's another 273, but what about that 153 as the width? And turns out that how many fish did Jesus catch in some passage? He caught 153 fish. So there you go. I mean, that is just like compounding upon itself that it's like, oh, of course the Vesica Pisces has a 273, but really a 153 in the symbol that represents him. But it's geometric, it's biblical, it's symbolic, I mean, it's all this really like tightly knit woven connection there. And so one example of where you find a number in a cool location isn't enough. It's going to need to spell out an entire sort of story with like a multi-layered story to be special.
What does it all mean?
What does what I mean?
Like, what's the how does it like, what do we do with it?
What do we do with numbers?
Yeah, with like a number like that, is it?
We can recognize we can recognize where they occur in nature, and we can take them a little bit more seriously as maybe some sort of guiding light that might like point us towards certain like epiphanies in the future, especially if we see like traditions, like religious traditions, like honoring these numbers above others, uh, or we might even figure out like if we're stumbling upon this stuff and there's a chance that there is something special to them, well, we might be able to get some people who have known the importance of these numbers for a very long time to spill the beans. You're like, hey,
Yeah.
we know you're into it, tell us what's up.
Or like, does it connect to free energy technology or even something like that?
Like, is 273 the frequency we need to play to unlock our fucking minds or heal you or something? Like, there could be something to this 273 number. I'm just saying. All right, Fundy, you're in charge of the 273 list. Redo it, add all your stuff, and then we'll go over it.
Oh, all right. That's fair. Just send me your complete list, though. It seemed like there might have been some
That's
stuff
all I got.
cut off.
That's all I got. You got to
Okay.
do search on the internet. You'll find bigger lists. Add your day. One day is 273% or whatever.
Sure, man. Do you have
You
the
get a
list that
nice
you can
list
copy
going.
paste to me in a DM or something?
I mean, just the one I posted. Like I said, you find bigger lists on the internet, but I'll send you this one in DMs.
So like buy Bitcoin every time it goes up, $273.
Yeah, right.
Use that ratio to crack free energy technology.
There was a show called Fringe, I think, and like J.J. Abrams or whatever directed it, and it's just riddled with all of the sort of special numbers that a lot of us talk about on a regular basis. It'll have the 1.6185, it'll have the pi, it'll have 108 all over the place. You pay attention like the door numbers or the license plates. It's always going to be one of them. Or like you look at the position of the clocks on the wall, it's, it's 9/11 or something like that, always.
Did you guys know that there was 273 pesos to the dollar?
I think that fluctuates, but that's interesting that it lines up that way right now.
That's fucking stupid. Actually. Stupid interesting.
Right, but that sort of thing fluctuates, right?
It's just I looked it up now and came up with it.
Yeah, that'll fluctuate. Don't put that on the list because you put that on the list and somebody will be like, no, it's 274. You're just an idiot. Your list is stupid. Don't put the dodo thing on the list either with the address. Actually, maybe we should put that on there just for Pete.
So I should stop looking. I'm stretching it now.
Oh, no. Keep looking. Keep looking. Definitely keep looking.
But we want things that aren't, susceptible to change on a whim.
Yeah, keep looking, man. Hell yeah. Somebody look at frequencies. Other people look at maybe some geometrical shit. Let's get everyone on this. Let's crack the code. This could be the code of the fucking. They're always like, what's the answer? And Pete always will tell you like 42 or some shit. It could be 273. Pete's walking around with the wrong fucking number. He got that shit from
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That's right.
My opinion is that there is no like key number out there, Jeremy. Like there's no one, special number or anything. I think there's just like there's a mystery to numbers themselves. I don't think 273 is any more special than anything else really, but it has a role to play and it plays it.
What if we play something at a 273 frequency and it fucking cures cancer or some shit? 273
Sure,
hertz or some shit. I don't know what they would fucking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it has its specific use. Or maybe you need to create some sort of mercury, gold, silver alloy, and you play that and I don't know, it vibrates forever or something. I don't, who knows? But I'm just saying 273, in my opinion, probably doesn't like do it all. There's probably different hertz that have different, purposes. Maybe 273 is the one that can like rip a hole in space, the fabric of space time, and let you, I don't know, travel light years instantaneously or whatever. I don't know. I doubt it.
Well, there's 33, which two things that 33, like there's 33 vertebrates in the human spine. And then also at 33 feet above sea level is when water cavitates. It's like 1 atmospheric pressure.
That's the height at which you can't siphon water anymore or something.
Yeah, and it begins to naturally boil / cavitate.
Yeah, no doubt. It's interesting.
So it's interesting that it's a vertical, the human spine, and then it's also the vertical from sea level, that it has that pressure component to it in terms of the atmosphere.
That is very significant what you just mentioned there. The cavitation of
Well,
water. Yeah.
it's only significant assuming that the the arbitrary, the so-called arbitrary choice of distance and length of what we call a foot was intentional. For 33 feet to be special, the foot itself has to be some sort of special unit of length.
No, not the number itself. Choose centimeters, choose cubits, choose whatever you want. That height is
Oh,
the
sure,
significance. Yeah.
sure, and its relationship to water. Yeah,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, yeah.
The number is just a measurement of that height, but that height holds very big significance. Pressure and stuff. Yeah.
There are like special units of length though. I'm of the opinion that most standardized units of weights and lengths, or of most like fundamental measurements, they all have occult origins to them, and we've all been given a false exoteric lie about where these standards were set in place and for what reasons they were chosen. Because we've all heard like the imperial foot story with the king who wants to make a bed for his queen and shit like that. They made a stick the same length as his foot so he didn't have to stay there during the construction process of the bed or whatever. And yeah, there's all sorts of things like that. And you'll find units of length included in the design of ancient structures that were built before that unit of length officially existed. Like there was like a pyramidion, like a capstone, pretty much, found in Egypt, and it was actually what do you call, like, defaced, or beaten up a bit, and probably for cover-up reasons, because the corners of it were, or the base sides of the four-sided pyramid, they were all a meter, like a perfect meter in length, as the meter was defined at that time. And so that was not completely destroyed, but the corners were smashed up, like how they removed the noses off of certain sculptures around the world, sort of like that. But what, I've mentioned this before, but in case no one's heard, the meter was supposedly invented like 200 years ago in France, where the queen or whatever was like, we're going to invent a new system of length, get away from the imperial system, and we're gonna base it on something repeatable and impossible to be lost, something unchanging, as all good standards are based on. And she's like, I want you to measure the distance from the North Pole to the equator in a longitudinal line that passes through the center of France. And then I want you to take that distance and divide it by into 1 million pieces. And we'll call that length, whatever it turns out to be, the meter. And yeah, right. I say to that story, especially when Egypt has, pyramidions with base lengths of 1 meter, but also the second, a pendulum with a rope or a string, a pendulum of 1 meter length string swings in a period which is like the time it takes for it to go from one side to the other. It has a 1 second long period of its swing. As long as it is within 30-degree range of swing, it keeps a constant period of 1 second, even as it slows down, which is true for all lengths of pendulum swings. Once the pendulum is within 30 degrees of its swing, however long the period is, it's the same amount of time, even if it's only swinging, it shortens its arc to like 10 degrees. It still keeps the same period of time because it swings slower at that point. I know, I ran. I'm just saying. I'm just telling you guys the whole standardized units of weights and lengths and measurements. It's all a sham. There's a good reason people use pounds and liters and meters and feet and seconds and hours and weeks and months and stuff like that, and it's not what they've told you. Same reason for, Celsius or Fahrenheit too.
Actually, really interesting that I don't know. You're talking about the pyramid a second ago. There's this guy Carl Monk, who claims he knows when the pyramid was made because the length of the day, or the length of the year or something is built right into it. Like he did all this work on the pyramid. It was pretty good. All the megalithic monuments.
Yeah, a lot of people take that approach to these mysterious megalithic structures, that if you adjust for the precession of the equinox and the changing of the pole stars and where you estimate they were pointing and the location that they're at and the dimensions of their size and blueprint and stuff, it all correlates to point towards some date or information or whatever. And I see a lot of people disagreeing on the same structures, taking a similar approach. And so I guess you can spend a couple of years trying to figure out who makes the better argument or whatever.
I
But
mean, it
I
looks
don't know.
like the whole Giza Plateau was imaged off the sky. Honestly, like you got the Nile River being the Milky Way galaxy, and then you got the three pyramids. I mean, why would they be offset like that? Why
What do
would
you
you
mean?
build that shit and
Oh,
not have them all lined, squared up and shit? Like they could obviously know how to square shit up. They weren't just willy nilly building fucking pyramids out there. Like they're offset just like Orion's belt.
that's
And
a
you
good
got
point.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd imagine like that asymmetry would be intentional, when of course everyone knows symmetry is a beautiful thing. So like,
They actually
why?
had an issue in Egypt. They're like, yo, this shit is too symmetrical. Some shit in Egypt. I think it was like a statue. They did like they like did work on it, computer modeled it and shit. They're like, yo, there's no way a human could have got this shit this symmetrical.
Oh yeah, that's bullshit. If you're talking about like the giant face carvings,
Yeah.
that's a load of horse shit.
Is it? It might have been something I heard on Ancient Aliens.
Yeah, pretty much. Some dude takes a picture of that, like, beautiful smooth face carving, and then he flips it and turns the opacity down to 50% and lays on top of the original. And he's like, "Look, doesn't matter if you flip it, you're not going to see any differences." But I mean, you do though. Like, I mean, you can just take a look without even like taking the picture, making a copy, turning down the opacity, flipping it around and overlaying it. Without even doing that, you can just take a good look at it at a high resolution picture, and you'll see all sorts of flaws and differences from the left side of the face to the right side of the face. It's great, but it's definitely within human like
Human
capabilities.
error, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of shit that they gave fake evidence on, like I remember Ancient Aliens one time. I was watching the guy's like, these blocks are perfectly square, and as he's saying it, you can't make this shit up, dude. As he's saying the blocks are perfectly square, you could see he has
A plumb bob?
no, he has a level. He's got a straight edge up to it, some kind of fucking engineering straight edge, right? Not one you buy
Uh-huh.
at Lowe's, like some legit real deal one. And as he's saying that they're perfectly square, you can see he's got it flush to the rock, and there's fucking light coming from underneath it. Like it's not even close to perfectly square.
Yeah, yeah, right. I mean, I don't know how these people live with themselves. That one flat Earth debunking episode of whatever it was, and they're like, look, the lines on the sign, like the striped horizontal sign we're sending out in the distance, it's already swallowed up the bottom two lines, and it's like, well, there were six to begin with, and I can still see six stripes. So what happened there with the editing of the footage? Like what are you talking about? I still see all six. You just said the bottom two were swallowed up. I mean, or I just like so many people will just take take their word for it when they say something confidently, and if you just look, it's like, yeah, they're just wrong. It doesn't even take any hard work. People, there's all sorts of bullshit artists out there, man. Why they do it, I don't know. For clicks, for clout, I don't know. Maybe they're just confused. But I'm sure everyone here has as on your career of being a truther, I'm sure a lot of us have jumped the gun in believing in something, proposed to us that sounded, appealing, that we then later took a second look at, or heard someone debunk it, and we're like, oh, I guess I did kind of just take that on board without the proper scrutiny, and I'm sick of making that mistake, so I try not to anymore. Like I'll tell you what got me. I mean, it was like 10 years ago or whatever when I was a youngin', but I I wasn't prepared for the propaganda of the whole Sumerian Anunnaki stuff. Sounded legit at the time. Like, fuck, dude, Nibiru's coming back. We're all screwed. It's gonna mess up the fucking weather. Hey, has anyone heard any updates on that Crow 777 observation of the second sun? 'Cause that was some interesting footage. Just wondering if anything came of that. I guess not, or we would have heard about it, maybe. You guys ever seen this ceiling painting at the United States Capitol building that I just posted?
No, but I was in a house recently that had a ceiling like this, and all the architects were brought in from Europe to do it, and it had a painting up in the middle of it, just like this.
Mm,
It was
that's
recessed too. It was recessed back, the painting part back from the structure part.
cool, man. So was it like was it a flat painting or was it like on a like was the surface curve like a dome?
I think I don't remember. I think so.
The way this looks like it seems pretty flat. There doesn't seem to be any distortions in the perspective or anything.
I know. I definitely remember a different height between the painting and the dome part.
Hmm.
So it was probably flat, but there was a dome ceiling.
If you, yeah, same here. If you zoom, this is called the apotheosis of George Washington, and he's playing the center role here with a bunch of gods and goddesses around him,
Is that him in the
and
dress? Is that him in the dress there?
he's got a dress or a blanket on his lap or something, yeah. And if you notice, he's striking the exact same pose as Baphomet, like the famous Baphomet drawing.
Yeah, that's pretty
He's got the
fucked up. Yeah, yeah.
one hand pointing up, one hand pointing down with two fingers extended on the one pointing down with the thumb out. There's probably some meaning to it being in front of the two pages of that book because I've heard that symbolically relates to like Moses bringing down the tablets with the Ten Commandments on it. Uh, but yeah, that is the Baphomet pose. And for them, and I'm sure the artist who made this understood that when they designed. I mean, you just don't. That's a really weird and specific pose to make, and for it to be the exact same one as the Baphomet. I mean, how are they trying to say that George Washington relates to Baphomet in this image?
At one point in time, he was considered the new king. He just
Hmm.
denounced, he denounced it. Looks like there's Poseidon here on the left, the Romans.
Oh yeah,
Huh.
absolutely. It's
Huh.
chock full of all. You got I think on top, upside down, you got Mercury or Hermes, whichever one it may be, with his caduceus wand. Yeah, as if that has something to do with America or anything like that, you know.
Yeah.
And then you got the E pluribus unum, uh, like a scroll or what, some sort of fabric with that written above his head,
Look,
and
there's
that's on the quarter. I think that's on the dollar bill and the quarter, I believe.
it looks almost like Ben Franklin next to the Roman guy. There's modern people next to the Roman guy. And they got real clothes on. And then there's a rainbow coming off of them, bridging left and right. Yeah.
I see. Yeah, yeah. You got the people in more modern clothes there on the bottom left. Yeah, with I don't know, maybe that's like Ares or something. Seems like sort of like a god of war to me.
There's a story in each one of these little segments, huh?
Yeah, there's Ares, Poseidon, Mercury. I don't know, maybe that's Thor or Zeus or something on the top right. I can't tell. Maybe Hercules, who knows? And then I don't see one on the bottom right section. No one stands out as like a god of any sort. Some dude with a horse. I
see,
don't know. It could be Hercules or something.
I see a white flag. Maybe Lady Liberty. It could have something to do with French Revolution and the French influence. And up at the top, there's more modern clothes. The very top.
Oh yeah, top. Yeah, top on the left side of Mercury.
I mean, in fact, Washington's wearing them too, but his feet being covered is funky.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my theory, right? You die, and you're standing there on cloud 8, looking up here at cloud 9,
Mm.
and you're asking, and they're all up there fiddling their fingers in the air. This is my theories. On cloud 9 in heaven, they're all doing the hokey pokey. So you ask God, like, what are they doing? And it's like, what? You didn't hear the song? You do the hokey pokey, you turn yourself around. That's
That's
what it's
what it's
all about.
all about.
Pretty sure they're just doing the hokey pokey up there in cloud 9. We just caught a mid motion here. It's not hard to say.
I think you're right, man. Hey, what does e pluribus una mean? Out of many comes one, or something like that.
Something
It's like
one for all, kind of the same thing. Yeah, something
something like that.
unified people, one unified people.
Pluribus kind of sounds like plural, and unum sounds like unit or unified. Yeah, like you said.
One group of us.
Yeah, some sort of mixture of many and or plural and singular.
Wait, Washington is the only man in the circle. He's got all chicks. I'd have my pants off too if I was surrounded by all those chicks. I'd demand everyone kept their pants off. I mean, once you're done with the hokey pokey,
I think there might be one long-haired man there. The person directly underneath or above, but underneath the hand, one of the hands that is holding the E pluribus unum tarp. There's like a black-haired man, I think, right below, but I don't know.
Maybe.
It's a tough call.
Maybe.
Kind of looks the same as the chick to the right of Washington, directly right. So yeah, it could. Yeah, it seems like George Washington has his little harem there in the center circle.
Yeah, there's got to be explanations for this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's got to be a lot of intention behind its design. I mean, especially with him striking the Baphomet pose. I mean, come on, you don't just do that. You don't just set him up for scrutiny, where all the Bible thumpers are, coming and saying, "Oh, this is devil worship." You don't bring that upon yourself for no reason.
What building is it? What building is it?
This is the Capitol building.
Wow.
Don't you see the symbolism in the outer circle?
Well,
What's out of place in the outer circle? There's one thing out of place in the outer circle.
Out of place. I mean, there's like 4 Greek gods.
Out of place. Out of place. That's a strange.
Go ahead and tell us, man. What do you mean out of place?
No, give us another clue. Give us another clue.
Okay, give us another clue.
Lady Liberty with the sword.
Is that Lady Liberty? I don't even know what that is.
Is that an American flag there?
Not quite.
American shield.
What that looks like to me, it's bringing America into God status, like we're taking over the world type deal. This is the new power. This is the new throne. and we even introduce a god for you, Lady Liberty, with her shield and her sword.
It
This
looks
is the
like
seat
a
of
king.
power, after all, in the world, right?
It looks like a king's robe beneath her, like they're killing the king.
But these people
It
are
does,
all
yeah.
about symbolism. Yeah.
I would, well, she, matter of factly, you're right that she is much larger than Washington himself. But I'd also say that this painting is like deifying a man. In fact, I mean, the title of this is The Apotheosis of Washington, which means a man becoming God, I believe is what that Greek word means.
Well, there you go.
Right.
I didn't even know the name, and it's obvious, right? It's obvious. It's the leading figure there.
Yeah. It's just, whenever someone wants to tell you like the people who run this country aren't like metaphysical and like religious fanatics that just can't help but like involves such deep esoteric symbolism in what they do. I mean, just show them this. It's like, yeah, this is just a couple of guys who aren't interested in the occult making this. They just chose Poseidon and all these things for just they thought it was cool. They just thought they're kind of badass. Let's just throw them in there for fun.
You see that same pose in kings and queens when they sit on their throne with their jewels and stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. The sphere and the rod.
There's a damn
Yep.
dagger in Washington's hand.
Oh yeah, pointed down, isn't there?
This is like gang symbols back then, right? This is like showing you who the boss is, which territory you're in.
Who knows what the device? The woman next to him is holding open a book and has
That's a fascia.
explain what's a fascia.
I it's this tool that the Tartaria people are obsessed with, and it to me it comes across as like a pretty bullshit like functioning tool. It's some sort of like axe with a bunch like this thick ass handle, which it seems completely like counterproductive to have. So I couldn't tell you what it's really used for. It seems poorly designed. Has to be like symbolic of something, because as a tool itself, it seems kind of retarded.
A lot to absorb there. Doesn't seem scary, but it doesn't seem benign either. There's definitely a message in each section, and so it must tell a complete story.
Yeah, there's the pose. It's all about symbolism.
All the people down low, the lowest people on the edge, seem to be in trouble. Like they got a pretty distressed appearance.
Yeah.
All
The
of them.
people on the inside seem like they're partying, like they're celebrating. The
Yeah,
people on the outside seem like they're dealing with some issues.
look underneath the eagle. Like the eagle's going after some guy who's just going, fuck.
Yeah, that dude's like,
The
man,
Washington Monument.
and why Washington would need to be holding such a giant dagger, like, beats me. It's like, chill, bro. Put that shit down.
Yeah, what's that pillar called that's in Washington? That tall pillar there?
Oh yeah, the Washington Monument, like you said.
Washington Monument. That's right. That is a well-known symbol of power. Comes from
Five.
Egypt those days. Yeah.
Oh sure, the obelisk. Yeah, 555 feet tall, 6,660 inches tall.
Imagine that, huh?
Yeah, imagine that. No, they're not into their number worship. What are you talking about, you crazy conspiracy theorists?
And it's just by chance the most powerful country in the world in the capital has that as one of the leading monuments. That's just by chance, I'm sure.
Uh-huh.
Does anybody use the Bing search engine?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Well, they have like every day they have a different picture. Today's actually is the Washington Monument and the reflecting pool.
You're kidding me.
Nope.
Another coincidence.
Oh, did any of you see Mixlick's picture and understand it?
No.
That weapon or tool in the chick on the left side of Washington, she has like that bundle of sticks wrapped around the handle of a small axe with a spear point. If you look closely at Mixlick's picture, there's an ornate wreath, sort of I don't know, flower wrap on both sides, wrapped around a giant fasce or whatever that tool is called. It's hard to make out because of the low resolution, but you can see the axe heads of it pointed inwards on both sides.
Yeah, I see that at the top now. The axe heads. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean that's obviously like a very like powerful symbol to them that you'd see. I mean, what is this? The courthouse, or I don't know what this is, right? The Is this I don't know what building this is, but I mean, those are some giant fasces. So, I mean, it's obviously a very important symbol to them that they put it on both sides of the flag in the center, and then you got the two pillars, which, of course, you guys know the two famous pillars, the two most famous pillars in the world, right?
I forget the
The
ones that
Pillars
they
of
were.
Hercules, I assume you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about Boaz and Yakim.
Not familiar with that.
Oh, it's sort of Freemasonic, but like those are like the pillars. The left and the right pillar, the moon pillar, the sun pillar, the black pillar, the white pillar, the good pillar, the evil pillar. Boaz and Yakim, as they're named.
Well, the ones in the capital you're talking about there?
No, they don't exist. They're
No,
just
but
the
there's
names.
symbolism there. Mixed Licks posted. Is that kind of what you're referring to, or no?
Well, whenever you have like anything centered between two pillars, that's just like the terminology in Freemasonry. Like the left one is Boaz and the right one's Yakim, and they're symbolic of just like the essence of like the left pillar and the right, sort of like the blue pill and the red pill. You know what I mean? Like the blue pill is Boaz and the red pill is Yakim. It's just sort of a dichotomy that they've given terms for, but in this case not pills but pillars. Huh, imagine that. Pills and
Pill.
pillars. I just realized that.
Yeah. Boom.
Yeah. Well, everybody knows that they build Washington with Greek and Roman symbolism, and the obelisk. Of course, that's the symbol of power in Egypt. So yeah, nothing
Yeah.
surprises me.
So the District of Columbia, like Columbia, is that? I know Columbia is a goddess. Is that right?
Colum
Columbiana.
Yeah, I think it's a goddess. It also means dove.
Huh.
So I'll post a little uh I'll post a little screenshot of the first result you get when you search Boaz and Yakin. There you go. By the way, Mixlix is going hard on the fasce symbol thing there.
Yeah, I see.
According to the
The
it's
one with the
biblical
picture with
apparently.
three. Go ahead. Yeah.
According to the Bible, Boaz and Yakin were two copper and brass or bronze pillars which stood on the porch of Solomon's temple, the first temple in Jerusalem. They are used as symbols in Freemasonry and sometimes in religious architecture.
It screams of electricity to me.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, anode, cathode, exactly, man.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
Ark of the
copper.
Covenant stuff.
Yeah, Mixlix is coming hard with these pictures though. Good stuff. And that looks like an old quarter or something. What is that? Oh, it's a dime. And it has the E pluribus unum on it too.
Yeah,
I just
one of
I
many,
just don't
right?
get it. What like I don't get the fasci uh object. Like it can't be functional. Why would you take a perfectly good axe and wrap sticks around its handle all the way up? Like that
I
just makes it harder to use.
is that no? I think it's like a sheath, or it's like it's just it's container maybe. Like you put it in there,
I mean, it's not sheathing the most important part to protect
right? The
the yeah.
the axe head. But if you look, because yeah, that's what it is. Because at the bottom, it's sticking out the bottom on the dime on the picture of the dime. It's sticking out the bottom and sticking out the top. And yeah, that is an interesting. And then what is the? Do you know what the plant is, or the tree that's being used, or the branch that is depicted there?
Oh, good question. I do not, but what's like the common plant that like you're gonna get like around the UN flag? You
Was
know what
that
I'm
the
talking
oak?
about?
Yeah. Well, I
I think
I
it's
would.
fig. I think it's fig leaves.
But these don't look like fig leaves here on the dime.
No. Yeah, I got no clue, man. Good question though. It's obviously like a main part of the symbolism on that dime there. It wouldn't be there just for
Yeah,
decoration. It's obviously symbolic as well.
even
Hmm.
there in the courtroom. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that same tree branch is wrapping around all of the fasces or fasci or whatever. Good point. I bet you. I honestly think we could Google this.
Yeah, there's got to be something that points it out.
What's with the names Boaz and Yassine? What is that? Are they okay? I get the pillar part, but are they associated with some sort of deity, or it's just two names they picked?
You know,
Well,
I've heard those
it says
names
it's
like
biblical.
Boaz, Jane Boaz. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's the Google thing said it was biblical, and for some reason, King Solomon perhaps was the one to, name these pillars himself. I don't know, but it says that those were the names of the copper or brass pillars on the porch of King Solomon's temple. So you'd have to ask him, I suppose, why he chose those names.
It doesn't make sense. It's unusual. You're gonna name pillars unless that's the name of the brass and the copper. Otherwise, it just doesn't make any sense. You're naming pillars. When have
Oh
you
yeah,
ever
there's
heard any culture naming a pillar?
there's obviously something to it. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you're totally onto something there, but I don't even know like where to begin trying to decode it besides just a cursory like Google search or something like what do the names Boaz and Yakim stand for? I'm trying to figure out what kind of leaf or tree branch is wrapped around the fascia thing right now, but I'll do that afterwards if no one beats me to it.
So somewhere in the Bible, like what was it? The two people who turned into pillars of salt. I mean, they already had names before they turned into pillars, but maybe there is some kind of like these are names of people, and then they're like guardians or an entrance, guardians of an entrance or something like that. That's the only thing I can think of is the reason to name pillars.
It could be. That's a good guess. It could be also cathode and anode, right?
Right. Yeah. Whatever the translation is
And
for
we
those
think it's
words.
some sort of meaning, or yeah, who knows until we find out. Yeah.
Finally, are you talking about the olive branches or the olive leaves or whatever?
Oh, do you think those are olive tree? It's an olive branch? That would make
Yeah, I
sense.
think that always represented peace or whatever.
Okay, well there's the answer, guys. All olive tree is wrapped
Sounds
around the
good.
fascia.
Yeah, I was
That's
talking
one of
about
those
the
like
pillars, though.
no, what we were
That
talking about the facet and the but that's a good point is that okay, you have it's like Guns N' Roses. You have an axe and then you have an olive branch. Um it's like something hard and and something soft. It's kind of like that rock and roll theme.
Okay, I just maybe got something here. If what you're saying is it's an olive branch, maybe that means sheathe your axe like a thing of peace or something like that. You're making the axe unusable type deal. I don't know.
Or in the name of peace.
Yeah,
Right. So that's why it's wrapped. You can't hold it, you can't use it. And then the sticks are there. You're not going to wield your axe and but if you had to, you can bring it out and do some damage.
yeah. There's a cord on the side that you just pull, and if you need it, yeah, you just
break, break in case of emergency.
Yeah, break glass in case of emergency.
yeah. Yeah, who knows that? But what interests me is the other two pillars, the one in brass and the one in copper. Like, why would you name that? That's like a Tiquatec kind of stuff.
Okay, so it says here Boaz is a biblical figure appearing in the book of Ruth in the Hebrew Bible and in the genealogies of Jesus.
That's
So he's a
correct.
relative. Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
relative. He's a relative of Jesus.
Yeah, I think he was like the great grandfather to King David or something like that. He was big into like, making sure women were treated properly in the Bible. But I don't think that refers to the pillars. That's just another person in the Bible named Boaz.
Wikipedia is telling me Yakin somehow means he or it will establish and is on the right side, and Boaz means in it is strength or in him is strength. So if I'm just going to use the word he and him instead of it, he will establish, and in him is strength.
Although, you
Sounds
know,
like
why,
power to me. Establishing
although,
power.
yeah, but, you know, why anyone would give these meanings to the left and right pillar on a porch must have a deeper explanation, because you don't just randomly assign names with meanings to pillars
Well,
that
there
are
it
on the
is.
porch.
There it
Electrical.
is. I
Something
think you,
electrical.
I think you answered the question because of the word power is within the description. So
Oh,
it is
you're going with the electrical angle here?
yeah, it's a power source.
You know, I kind of do
But
see it in the sense of like dielectricity and magnetism.
like even when they talk about like people in power, like that, I think I don't know, I think I heard this a few months back. Someone was talking about how the king is in the seat of power, or he's there to make sure that these systems are running correctly and providing power, because he's the most knowledgeable the most knowledgeable person in the region to make sure everybody is supplied.
You know that if you put those two metals in the ground, you can get power, right? Just in the soil. Anywhere. Your backyard.
How does that work?
Well, that has to do something with the ground. With I'm not exactly sure, to be honest with you, but I seen it work. I seen it done. You can get
Well,
a
it's like
voltmeter, get two
Uh-huh.
metals. You can try different metals to see which works out better, and you'll get a
You ever
voltage.
you ever heard of a galvanic cell?
Yep. He's the guy that invented the battery. Yep.
Yeah. Does anyone here uh need a refresher on what a galvanic cell is?
sure.
Well, it all relates at the end of it to this system of the nobility. That's the actual technical choice of words they assign to this, that like metals rank on a hierarchy of nobility. But what nobility actually refers to is that if you stick um one piece of metal of a certain kind uh, on the left side of like a tank of water, and you stick a different metal in a tank of water on the right side, and then you have like something separating them, like a wall that divides the two bodies of water that the two different metals are both placed in, and then you provide like a copper wire or some sort of salt bridge that connects them. One of them will like steal the energy from the other and cause it to tarnish or rust. And
Hmm.
one of them will always win, or one of them will always win, and the one that doesn't rust and causes the other one to rust by like stealing its electrons, or however you want to put it, right, is the more noble. And of course, like, there's a current that happens just by placing two different metals in bodies of water and then connecting them. That like a current does flow from one to the other, and causes the oxidation or the rusting or whatever, right?
Yeah,
and
I've, I've,
and
I've
and
always been interested in this kind of stuff. Like I'm a welder. um I I I you know I I've been actually saving metals because I'm a little bit of a hoarder. So I got a little copper hoard. I have an aluminum hoard, and eventually I do want to start doing my own experiments.
Take them in your backyard, bro. Stick them in the ground. You got a meter? Have some
Yeah,
fun.
yeah, I got a voltmeter. Yeah,
Try it out.
that will do.
I forget which two work the best. I saw a thing on that. This British guy just goes out in his backyard under a tree and he goes, "Look, watch this." Yeah, it's amazing. Well, we know the potential from the ground to vertical height. That we know that, but there's also a potential in the ground.
Yeah, I really wish I had like a comprehensive understanding of all this and the way it relates to like materials and their differences, and what you can bring to cause just by simple arrangements. It does like I couldn't make a battery, but I know there was one of the flat earthers on here. He was talking about like how he gets old batteries and repairs them and combines them and puts them in series and all that. And he's just a dude, and all he's using is like like water and a power outlet and some copper wire, and he's like fixing up all these broken batteries and making new
Huh.
ones and stuff.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's badass. I'll I'll see if I can track down who it was. I'd like to remember for myself. I got some questions for him because I'd like to do that too.
Are you talking about Brian Leakey, probably?
Yeah, yeah, I think so. Thank you.
Yeah.
I gotta write this stuff down.
There's a message in the fourth Matrix movie that I think has some pretty like overarching like truth to it about the way things operate. If you've seen it, or if you remember, like there's the architect. He has Trinity and Neo mind wiped. They can't access their memories. Um, and he knows that they will, like, left to their own devices, like by fate, by destiny, or something, find each other and reconnect. And so he takes advantage of them, like finding each other, but he always makes sure there's some obstacle in their way of totally uniting. And he doesn't go into any detail, but at the end of the movie, he gives a speech where he's like, I actually power the Matrix by harnessing the energy I can draw by keeping you guys close, um, but not together,
Close
but also
enough.
close enough.
Yeah.
There's a sweet spot where you're not too far away because I couldn't draw any power from that, and not united because I also couldn't draw any energy from that, but close enough so that there's a closeness but a gap maintained at the same time. And I think there's something to that applies to so many things on a profound level. You
Yeah. That's what I feel about my ex-girlfriend.
Oh, jeez.
Close enough, but not too close. And I'm fine with that. I'm good.
Okay, bro. Best of luck.
No worries.
But I don't know. There's something to that, like, like if you wanted to be like a controller with like a some sort of position of advantage in your ability to like divide and conquer, you don't want to divide your two like opposing teams that you're separating them to be. You don't want them to like be so separate that one group just goes off over there and the other group goes off in the other direction, and then they just live happily but separately, right?
Right.
But you also don't want them to be a unified collective of people, because
Because
then there's no room for you to get between them. So you want them if you ever need to like take advantage of a divided and conquered state, like if you want to create friction or war or whatever, you need to keep like one side and the other side of people close enough that that you can cause trouble amongst them. Because if they're too far away, they don't give a shit about each other. And if they're together, then they're together. And so, you
well,
can't
that's
do
the thing
anything
too.
there.
Like if they do come together, then they're going to become more powerful together and become and overpower you or overpower the creator. And maybe that's maybe that's what happened in the past with Babylon.
Dude,
You know,
I think about that story a lot. I see where
yeah.
you're coming from, man. And I if we're gonna like think about maybe a more universal lesson contained in that story that isn't specifically, all about like a tower, like a actual physical brick and mortar, stone tower, right? I see like I think the message is that like it's sort of like if you ever asked okay, let me put it this way, but it's gonna take experience with the game Minecraft. Do you know the game Minecraft?
I've heard of it. I've never played it.
Well, you know what it's kind of like. It's sort of like a life simulator almost. It's like a first person perspective, and you can walk around the world, chop down trees, do whatever you want, right? And in that game, you can harvest ingredients and create TNT, and you explode it, and it has like an actual impact on the environment. Like it will like blow up things into bits and pieces. But when you stack, say, like 1,000 tons of TNT and set it off, instead of actually blowing up the whole world, the game will just shut down. It'll just shut itself off and restart. It won't let you actually destroy the world. It'll just it'll just crash. You know what I mean? And the reason I say that is just like if you ever like there's rules here. You know what I mean? Like there's rules here, and if humans ever harness anything to have the ability to break the rules, then on the attempt to push like beyond the limits, we won't actually get to see the result of what would happen if we would, break through the limits.
Right.
It'll just press restart and say, "Nice try, but I'm not going to let you like carry. Like I'm not gonna let you see that out. I'm just
Yeah.
going to hit the reset button and crash the software and reboot it instead of actually
You
letting
do
you
know,
see what happens."
No,
you
I
do
get
know
what you're
that's an
saying.
error code 273. That reboot is
Ah,
an error.
you're joking. You're
Swear to God,
joking.
I just posted it. I just posted it.
You're
I
joking.
swear. I swear.
You're you you're
I swear.
uh dude, I'm not ready for this.
uh, that's funny.
Well, it's a Roblox. Okay, so it's a specific Roblox code, but it's a
Come on.
very similar game to Minecraft. It's basically the same.
Still, it's an odd coincidence
Yes, it for me to be mentioning it. Yeah.
because it is a reboot issue. It is like
Mm-hmm.
definitely it shuts down and reboots.
Nice one, dude. Nice one. But I hope you see what I'm saying about how like if you build a tower tall enough to get to heaven and you're about to like jump through the sky through the dome, you're not actually ever going to be allowed to see what's on the other side. The moment you like possess the ability and actually go for it to, break through the dome, gosh, just say, "Oh, hey, you got close, but reset, boom." You know, back to square one. You don't get to escape. You're gonna stay in there. You're gonna stay in there. You don't get to break out. If you try, boom, reset. That's why they say whatchamacallit, the creation of an actual artificial intelligence is often considered synonymous with a singularity event, right? And it's like you don't actually get to live after the singularity event. Either it's game over or game reset.
Could it be somebody? Could we be pets, like somebody's pets? Can you entertain that thought without freaking out?
Oh, that is absolutely on the table, man. That's one of the options I consider.
In other words, literal pets, like for the creator, like like we have goldfish, right?
Oh, I get it, man. Yeah, I totally get it. And it's not like an unfeasible or like a improbable idea. Like There's a lot of logic behind that, and there's nothing I could say that actually refutes that idea. Like that is completely possible. There
A
are other
little bit
options,
scary
like
though.
yeah,
Yeah, a bit on the scary side, but yeah, yeah. And once the ants gain possibility, like acquire the ability to escape the cage, well, you know what you got to do then, right? Can't let the ants in your living room.
right. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, you pick them all up and you throw them back in the aquarium.
And if it's too many of them, you overfed them or something. Well, it's like nothing to you to, you know, what we consider a flood. You just hose down the thing, put another batch in there, start anew.
Yeah, it's on the tail, man. It makes a lot of sense. It's not the angle I prefer, um, but I'm not saying my idea is any more uh, like proven than that one. But I do really prefer looking at this from like a voluntary perspective. That the reason we're here, the reason we're in this place, is because we voluntarily threw ourselves down into the pit.
I didn't
You know,
sign volunteer papers, did you?
not that I remember, but but if, but you know, if I was bored on, like, if I was up in heaven or something, or just on a different, like, higher plane or whatever, and there's like no turmoil, there's no like challenges, there's no mystery, there's no overcoming, there's no fun, there's no, suspense, right? Up in some sort of perfect world, and someone's like, hey, if you miss those things, or if you want to experience them, I know a place that you can sign yourself up for, and you're gonna take everything so seriously. But you're gonna have all these experiences, and when you die, you just come right back here. Don't even worry about it, bro. Like although although also that I don't like the whole sort of like like no consequences rendition of that. It just wouldn't seem like spiritually balanced to me. I would I would say that, humans would be like not above or below Earth, but they'd be to the side, and they can stay where they're at, although they can volunteer to, laterally travel to a physical incarnation for the opportunity. But it is sort of a gamble. Either you're gonna, move up a level and you can stay there, or you can move down a level and then, make your way back up. There's no guarantee whether it'll be to your benefit or your detriment when you sign yourself up for a physical incarnation. But it is an opportunity. I would hope.
Does it have to be spiritual for you? Or could it be some sort of, like I said, we're just merely a creator created us, but we're just merely pets. We're of no consequence to him. Like we have goldfish.
Right. This, I mean, both of our ideas can exist together in the same sort of overarching scheme. Like we're pets, but there's a system in place for the pets to level up within the aquarium. You know, uh, it's sort of like the rat race, of culture and stuff like that.
Like
Uh,
a video game. You level up.
yeah, exactly like a video game. Yeah, I don't know, man. Although, to be honest, I think the highest, like the highest order of like the of all like the who, what, when, where, why, and how sort of things. I don't actually think you can figure out the answer while alive.
So
Oh,
all of this is
absolutely
just like
not. Yeah.
right. So all of this is just like maybe we'll get close, but never quite all the way there. I love, I think it's one of the most fun things to talk about. But at the end of the day, I don't think either one of us is gonna be like, oh, like, oh, we got it, like we figured it out. I
We
don't think that's
never will.
possible.
We never will, I think.
Yeah, but I still love talking about it, nonetheless.
Yeah.
It's just surprising, like how many options there are to try to make sense of the situation we find ourselves in. Because we don't know how we got here. We don't know, what it's all leading up to. We don't know if it even had a beginning or will end. All we kind of know is that here we are, and we're not sure if there's some sort of duty or responsibility or mission we're trying to accomplish. But but a lot of us seem to have a similar feeling in the core of our hearts that tell us that there is a wrong and a right way to behave, but there's no reason any of us to think that a life of doing good deeds has a reward, rewarded to you after death. That's only wishful thinking that there is some sort of payout, of living life properly. I will make the argument that I think that it makes you feel good to be good to other people and stuff, but that's still selfish. That's not some sort of universally ordained order of operations or correctness about it. That's just on an individual level, because the people who like cheat their way to the top and make $1 billion by the age of 30. Well, they say, hey, I made my money. I have no regrets by, stepping on other people, on my path to the top. But then after I turned 30, I lived a comfortable life, gave a beautiful life to my wife and children and their children, and had a great family relationship after that point. And I put all the con artistry and backstabbing behind me, but I did what I had to do. And I'll say, well, am I expecting that person to get punished after death, or is it all just about what goes on here? And maybe, maybe deceit and lying is they're just tally marks on one side compared to good deeds on the other. And I kind of hate that idea, like that there is no sort of universal justice, anything like that. But nothing's really screaming that there is. Some people say karma or God's wrath or whatever, but no one really knows, which is funny. Although I do have respect for anyone who has an opportunity to do something malicious that will benefit them, and like they understand, like no one, I'll never be caught. There's no chance I'll ever be caught. The only person who will ever know I did this evil deed is me. The perfect crime. But I have respect for people who turn down the opportunity for the perfect crime because they just wouldn't want to be that kind of person. I think that is the right choice. But but how to justify that is like, yeah, well, a lot of people would say that's the wrong choice, because you got to look out for number one first and foremost. And we all do this to some degree because it's impossible not to negatively affect others with the unintended consequences of your actions. But still, there's an intention behind it where you don't want to cross the line of having like a malicious intention, I'd say. But even an action taken with positive intentions is still going to have unintended consequences that screw someone else over, even though you didn't mean it. It's still just
matter of fact about the way the world works. If you're trapped in a sealed room with a limited oxygen supply with 15 other people, every breath you take is depriving them of their oxygen supply. But obviously the best thing to do wouldn't just be to hold your breath and suffocate to death so that everyone else can live a little bit longer, so that you don't take up any of their air. Shit's weird, man. This fucking predicament we find ourselves in, circumstance situation. It's all really, really weird. Good, bad, right, wrong, true, false, intended, unintended, consequence, inconsequential.
That's the Eisenhower speech, isn't it? Eisenhower left.
I wouldn't know.
It's called summarized as "Beware." The next words are "Beware of the military-industrial complex." Power taken, or whether the power was taken or given. That they've run amok with the government. He said that on the way out of the office in '61.
Oh, that reminds me. Maybe I got it from that speech. It was like addressing the current state. It's clear that the government was either incapable of stopping the horrors that have occurred, or were complicit in the happenings of them. Either way, they fail, or they didn't live up to expectations.
He says, here's the quote. He says, in councils of the government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought by the military industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. Ouch. In other words,
Man.
He's warning us as he leaves office. I was a puppet. I was a puppet.
That's what it sounds like.
And then Kennedy, less than 2 years later, begs the press to tell the people. Says he can't do anything from his position.
Mm-hmm.
It's awful.
Yeah, there are a few other lines from a few other speeches that point towards the same thing as well. What's that one from Kennedy? We've all heard it, where it's like, we are surrounded by organization who,
repugnant secret societies.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Repugnant, he calls it. So kind of a
that's a strong word. I like it.
The word there, yeah. It's like it almost hurts to say it. That's how harsh it is.
Apparently, the kind of mainstream narrative for that is that he was talking about communism.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's like he wasn't talking about the American government or whatever. He was supposed to be talking about communism, and that's what it was all about.
I haven't listened to the full speech, but I think I know what he's really trying to say.
Yeah. When we listen to it, it's like totally, it's so resonant in that sense because of that's just what's going on. It's like what they're actually doing and whatnot. But I'm just saying, if you ask I don't like to call people normies, but if you ask someone like that, that's kind of the mainstream idea at that time is what it was about. It was about communism and we need to come together and for the freedom of America kind of thing.
Yeah, probably, considering the time frame.
Yeah, he wasn't talking about. I mean, we may think he was talking about, the actual conspirators or whatever, but I mean, it's not like he was calling out his own government people.
Why do you say that? He was going after the CIA, and his brother was going after the FBI. He was also arguing with the CIA over UFO information. They wouldn't tell NASA anything. The CIA wouldn't tell NASA shit about what they'd learned. That was 10 days before he left off, before they shot him. He was demanding it. I got the document here. He was literally 10 days before he croaked. He was asking the CIA to release the stuff to NASA. So I guess I differ from your opinion there. I think he was definitely saying that the people had more control than he had.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not saying that's what I think it is. I'm just saying that's sort of what the mainstream narrative says of what he was what he was referring to when he was saying there's a conspiracy and we need to come together. I'm just saying that's what the sort of mainstream view is. I'm not saying that's what I think it was necessarily.
Right, yeah, we understand that, but I don't know how to apply that to the choice of words where he says like we're surrounded by secret societies. Maybe I don't know, maybe he's talking about the upper echelon of governments that are communist or something, calling those secret societies. No, like I said, I'll have to listen to the full speech.
There's this moment in time when they all realized to buy up all the media. Like right around the time of unions, like right after the big dam here was a Boulder Dam and the Golden Gate Bridge, when they had these big projects and people were dying on the job and they were undocumented workers, and after a while the families started bitching and they're like, don't these people have any rights, to safety? And imagine the JJ Asters and these big steel guys, I forget their names right now, but all the big people in charge of the monopoly board at that time had a meeting, and then some fat cat Kissinger guy just rolls his thumbs on his tummy and he goes, well, you could buy the media. Next thing you know, William Randolph Hearst buys up all the newspapers across the country. So Kennedy was appealing to the media as our messenger, really. And I'm thinking, the more I think about the word media, clearly the media of the day hundreds of years ago was the church. It's the only place you got any info was through the church. So it's like they've been controlling the media since before media. It's pretty sad. Kennedy must have thought he was president. And just to put it, for real, it's all about blackmail. Everything with the FBI was about blackmailing. The guy in the FBI was dressing as a cross-dresser and had a boyfriend. Kennedy had a boyfriend. So everything was about what we're going to release on you or not, all the way up through Epstein Island. It's the way. You get dirt on people. That's the real way it's done. It's really weird, but that's how the big boys play. And it seems like they all play with boys. Like that's a regular thing. Like I'm missing out. Like, am I missing out? I'm like,
oh, geez, no,
like,
let's not go there.
You know the story, don't you? I must have been with, I don't know, 50, 75 women, 20, I don't know. But, you suck one dick. One measly dick. They call you a faggot. It's a joke. You got to yell it out loud. One measly dick. I used to work with Rod Stewart, so we'd yell it really loud in the restaurant. one measly dick. They call you a
Oh
really
no.
the louder you yell it, the funnier it gets. You know, one dick, one measly dick. So the thing is, you look
Oh,
at
that's bad.
this guy that went out with Kennedy all the time, and then you
Right.
realize you think of Kennedy, and the first thing you think of is Marilyn Monroe. Perfect, perfect scripted cover up. He's a ladies' man. He's a ladies' man. He's a ladies' man. How do you know? Marilyn Monroe. It's like it's sold. It still sticks today. Sold.
Sure.
Nice.
Yeah.
Whoever thought
But
of that.
he had his little buddy that went on every vacation with him, never left his side, right?
Yeah. So that, but that story stuck. Like the story sticks. You know, like whatever it is, it sticks. You know, Japanese bomb Pearl Harbor. The babies in it. You know, we're going after Saddam because of babies in incubators. These are all scripted lines. Even remember, he's killing his own people. He's like Hitler. It's like that's all you have to do to sell it to the people. Is make it dramatic. It's pretty sad how far away we are from really understanding. I'm beginning to think that the whole United States is just a way to do business outside of the King of England. I think they're going to fold the corporation known as the United States. I think we're going to be independent states pretty soon. As soon as there's an uprising, they're going to hand the keys in Washington. They're going to hand the Texans with their guns. They're just going to, Washington's just going to leave the keys on the desk. Just like they tried to. I mean, that's essentially what they tried to with that Capitol thing. Let everyone in.
It's all so mysterious to me the way countries and world politics works, and the facade that they put up, and the exoteric and the versus the esoteric operations, and I just wouldn't even attempt to, from my from where I stand and what I know and think, I just don't even feel like I'm in any sort of position to make any sort of prediction. I just like I'm lost. I'm dazed and confused, man. They've dazzled me with brilliance and baffled me with buffoonery and all that. Like I got no grip on the world. In the day, it was full of operations
You're
and
roboting,
things
funny.
like that were going on, but
You're
it's at
roboting.
gosh.
It's funny how we tell people like they can do something. We're really quick. Hey, dude. I mean, we
Yeah.
don't want them to waste breath, but
Yeah. Mic check.
you're
I
good
think
now.
you're good now.
Okay, that's good. I was just saying, you probably heard a bit of it, but not to repeat too long-windedly. Just they got me. They've put me in a deep state of confusion and lostness as to trying to understand what's going on in the world on a large scale, and I'm really I don't think I'm interested in putting the work in to try to get a better grasp on what's really happening. I I don't think I could if I tried. So that's why I would never make any predictions about the future, because I would have nothing solid to base it on, really.
Do you think
I don't know
JFK had
down the
come up
line.
earlier? Since JFK had come up earlier, do you think he actually was assassinated, or do you think that was a hoax?
That's just another one of those things, man. That whole situation, there's so much that I've heard that that I'm just baffled. I don't know what to think. You know, I wouldn't even pick like a favorite idea there. He could have just been assassinated. He could have done it. Some other country could have done it. The whoever, right? Like, I don't think that's something that we'll ever figure out. There's a lot of options on the table, and I think that there's a likeliness for all of them to a degree, and it only takes a 1% chance for anything to happen. Oh, there's a 1% chance to rain today, then it rains. Is I mean, I know a lot of people are sold on certain narratives of explaining what happened there. Uh, I think Darren was talking about the FBI probably did it, something like that. But who knows who's pulling the strings, made that happen, or if it was just one man or two men or the mafia or what.
Which event are you talking about?
The JFK assassination. I think Gio was asking me my opinion on.
I think anytime you got a single lone guy that it's clearly, like Oswald yelled the first thing, "I'm just a patsy." No, but no one even barely knew what a patsy was. He's almost put it in our minds what it is. Timothy McVeigh is an interesting one.
Sure.
Anytime I think they single
Are
out
are we sure that JFK even died though? I mean, that's a whole nother part of it. Like, are we sure he even was killed?
yeah, probably.
Probably he was killed
Yeah.
because the footage,
Um
because the news reports, because the testimonies from people who witnessed it,
I
all
guess
three combined.
I guess they hadn't gotten Tippett and the other body in place yet. There was a pretty dramatic explosion of stuff that probably turned out to be blood. So it looks like there was gunfire in that limo. The other people got shot.
You've checked
I
out
don't
the
know.
limo?
I mean, it's hard to figure because if somebody showed it to you for the first time, it damn well looks like the driver turns around and shoots him. I mean, so that's creepy in itself. It's like
Oh, I've never even
if
looked
you
at
did,
it from that way. I've
it's
never
so
looked at the
weird.
driver.
Oh my god, it's so weird. I mean, it absolutely looks like the driver turns and shoots him with a big silver 45. But it's like
Hmm.
his hairline. It's his hairline and the sun. It just looks that way. It's really weird.
I'm
So
typically one to, reject the official narrative on a lot of these like big events and all. But then, what to replace the official narrative with? There's a lot of options out there, Geo, and I wouldn't know which one to pick if I had to stake my life on it. I wouldn't really feel confident picking any of the options I've heard. What about you, man? Do you think the driver did it? There was like
no,
multiple snipers
no.
or
I think the final shot came from a dude in the curb. I think there's like an open gutter curb thing right there, right to the right. Kind of like seems like they had shooters everywhere though. They were not going to let that go down
are you are
as
you
an
saying that you think the footage is legit?
yeah.
You know that it came out like 10 or 8 years after the event itself.
It came out edited too. It's definitely there's chops in it. It's definitely oddly there's some jumps. There's some missing frames in what they released for sure.
Sure. So you don't think the footage is legit, or it's legit enough that what we see actually happened, even if parts were taken out?
Yeah, it's a good question why anything was taken out, but yeah, I think that innocent dude shot that footage of someone getting killed. I mean, I think they were just hiding the number of shots because they didn't want us to notice that he grabbed his throat first, you know? And that's when he slumped down, which is the quote that they use, the word slumped. He slumped down. Every
Well, yeah,
newscast used
I
that.
don't, yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at this as hard as you, just because I don't know. It's never interested me too much. Compared to some people who go hardcore on this subject. But I do know what you're talking about. How he like the first thing that happens is he like grabs his throat and slouches or hunches or whatever over you said.
Slump. They use the word slump. Every newscaster.
Slump. Okay, which is strange, and how like the term grassy knoll never existed before that event or whatever, or ground zero, for another situation. Like, where do these terms come from all of a sudden? But I do know what you're talking about. How grabs his chest or throat, slumps over, and then you get the shot. But why would someone bend over like that unless there was like multiple shots? But doesn't the official explanation say there was only like one bullet? Or I don't know. I don't know about these things.
I think the official says 3, but
3, okay.
I think one hits Connolly. Oh, well, the magic bullet is the one that hit Connolly. It went through his back, then made a turn, and then went into his leg. So but we're pretty sure that was more than one shot. It's not a great shot. If it was Oswald, it's a pretty, it's not a great angle. It's not really something you'd bank on. I think they put him up there under different pretenses. He knew right away. He yelled, "I'm just a patsy," So he tried to yell. Plus, look at the dude that killed him. I mean, come on. Guy that couldn't talk anymore because they took care of that right now. Right now, this guy ain't going to be talking anymore. There's so much after the fact that's worse than the murder, really. But I think the whole country gasped at that time, and they've been afraid to say anything since. Literally, just that's the way it's done. They'll take you out one way or another. They'll either take you in or take you out. And they probably let everyone compromise themselves and come on in. Everyone's probably welcome. Seems like that's the way it's done. A lot of under the table action. A lot of everything's coded by the lawyers. It's all in code. That's why it was cool to hear Austin talking about his case and about, looking at the letter of the law, because it's all mixed up into legal mumbo jumbo. Truly is mumbo jumbo, And if you cipher through it, sometimes you can find the limitations of the language they used. They keep trying to fix that. Pretty soon there'll just be a law against everything. Like there should be a reset where you have to start over, because there's all these archaic laws still in the books. Besides, they're working around law, just like the warnings against flat earthers. We're dangerous. Before you know it, we're going to be domestic terrorists. Sad.
Yeah, it's clear something fishy is going on, to say the least.
And the whole world watches us, too. So I guess the most interesting thing is we're armed. We're armed, like, to the point where there's very little the armies could do. literally, those are the only people we need to fix. Really, is the population of the army. Needs to just get docile. Stop it. For some reason they don't take care of veterans very well. You think they'd cover their butt there?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I never thought about that.
Seems like a no-brainer. You'd cover their ass. They put their life on the line.
Right. But you don't need well-trained civilians, ex-military running around amongst the masses. Yeah.
Right. Okay, somebody says this is the second trailer for the path-breaking remote viewing documentary. Oh, that's interesting. Some remote viewer has their own account of the JFK assassination.
Okay.
I wonder what other tricks they do. Those remote viewers. It's definitely been studied. This is a teaser, it looks like. I don't see anything in the trailer it's going to make any sense. Yeah, Oswald's face. Then Ruby. Ruby was totally fine with it. His life's ruined. He was totally fine with it. He's like, I'm just a patriot. Took justice into my own hands. That's very American. That's the other thing. The word democracy is that way. A democracy would be a lynch mob. It doesn't say democracy in the Constitution. Only when they play war with other countries do they mention democracy. But it's a democratic republic, and that's a different vibe. In a democratic republic, you vote three ways. You vote for your leaders, your laws, and you vote as a juror, where you can stand in front of any law where the common man can prevent something he doesn't think is legal from going through. It's the last check on the laws. Common law. I might have made that up. I don't know if that's legal. But it's the way I was taught. Democratic Republic. Flag here says Republic of California, just like you hear Czech Republic. I'm pretty sure our states are going to be known as republics again soon. Pretty sure that's where they've been heading for a long time. That way they can get rid of all the federal debt. Just walk away from it.
What kind of factions do you think exist at like the highest like separate levels? Like are there competing factions at the highest level? Is it not?
Definitely. That's why they slip.
That's why they slip? Okay.
Yeah, because they're all claiming this, that, and the other thing. Yeah.
They can't work out their struggles amongst each other, so even they are divided.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I think Space Force is an evidence of that, because there was too much fighting between the Army and the Navy and the Air Force. They're always fighting over monies, always. And so it's interesting they just popped in another agency.
Above the categories of inside of the U.S. I mean, like, do you think each major country really is its own sort of entity, separate from the rest?
Not really. It seems like there's the Jewish Israel thing, the Roman Catholic thing, the Masonic thing. What am I skipping? right? That Jesuit thing, like
as partners or as enemies or what?
just old clubs, just like football teams, just old clubs, you know,
Okay.
old gentlemen's clubs.
But you'd say that there's a cooperation amongst them, but at the same time a competition as well. Like
I think they all have
like
dirt on each other, and that's why they do those creepy things under the owl and stuff. You know, like they got
mhm.
it's to make sure that they have dirt on you. You know, like that's your way of being trusted. If
Sure.
you know, they bring you teenage girls or teenage boys or whatever. They click a few pictures, they smile and say, "Don't worry about it. Leave $1 million on your desk, and you have a nice weekend."
I know what you're saying.
But they got dirt on you, and you know it. You know.
But I mean, it'd have to be like mutual dirt, you know? Like I got dirt on you, but you also have dirt on me. Because if there was one, group that had dirt on everyone below them, that'd be a different story.
Yep. But it seems like that's how they really play.
No one seems willing to call anyone else out, really, the highest levels. No one's making a stand against any other powerful groups, really. I mean, just look like North Korea, right? Like, does are there not enough countries that are just like, yo, Kim, dude, that's fucked up. On account of how fucking like brutal it is over there, we all agreed you don't get to be a leader anymore. You're out, man. If you resist, I guess we'll force you or whatever. But no more fucking giving life sentences for the crime of your grandfather, or you know what I mean? Like, but no, it just kind of seemed to let him do whatever he wants over there, I guess.
I'm not
And that's
sure
just
what
one thing.
I'm not sure what they learned. I know that in 1955, basically the CIA took over Iran and installed the old Shah or whatever, or the new Shah, the old Shah. I can't remember what the story was, but they installed the family over the people that, the old family versus the new family or something. But it was considered like the first overthrow of a government that wasn't done with blood and guts. It was just done with
Interesting.
political muscle, like black. Who knows who they blackmailed their way through that.
Say, what's your take? What's your take on the fact that in my city there's it's not even a big city, but there's like 50 Masonic lodges. Like, what role do you think they play? Are they just like a bunch of guys who like playing dress up in the dark, or do they serve some sort of role with a large impact, or are they just harmless?
No,
You know,
it seems like a flexible role though. Everything from the manpower to the facility to the ability to hush, or more maybe just the ability to infiltrate, put
we say
people
like
in business,
so
or
like
to keep
foot
in the
soldiers.
family, or to keep stuff in the family. If it only takes a generation to realize you're going to die, so by having the little
Sure.
club and your son is in the club, then he gets the job because he gets hired by the other guys, and not as much stuff is open anymore because it's all what do you call it? Nepotism, I think it's called. It's all in the house now.
Okay.
Things don't
It's
really
just
get. Go
it's
ahead.
just for like it's just like for one reason to have like foot soldiers for anything that needs to be handled on a like a town by town basis, like installing chief of polices or mayors or something like that, and but also uh, for like organization's sake, just making sure it's a stays tightly knit amongst a private circle.
And the lower inkling guys, can spend their time going through all these levels and degrees. They'll kill most of their lifetime thinking that they need,
Okay,
that they're going to get somewhere.
so like a distraction as well.
And a function. People are dumb enough that just need function.
Yeah,
Especially outside of their menial job that was handed to them.
right. Just
I
like
met a
a sense of belonging and purpose, just like a church or something.
yeah, which is important. That's the huge value of the church, sense of
Yeah,
community.
well, it definitely fulfills a lot of natural human desires, just
Yeah,
like joining a lodge would.
that's the whole thing. We're really dealing with a herd mentality, little herds that just want to graze where they graze. And I think that, the lodges protect that. Somewhere to graze, somewhere to be safe, somewhere you have your little parties and your get togethers, which help maintain the group.
Hmm.
I don't know enough about the reality of it, but it
Yeah,
sure
and
seems all
unfortunately, they're all sworn to secrecy, so it's not like you can go ask them or anything.
clearly the Masons are all the way, at the top level of everything. So they just claim it's innocent. Masons, building blocks, helping with the building blocks of society, you know,
Right.
strength. I mean, it sounds good on paper, but
It sure does.
somewhere all of a sudden the G's there, right?
Right.
So I don't know. I don't think it stands for gravity.
Uh, I mean, I mean, you never really get a clear answer. People say gnosis. Some people say geometry. Some people say grand architect. Some people say God. Some people say it's just the number 7 and the numerology involved with that. Yeah, or maybe it's for many things in a whole collaborative sort of system of synchronicity.
I've never even looked it up or asked. Scottish, right? Yeah. It's just hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, but there's got to be a reason. You don't just slap the letter G between a compass and square for no reason. And I do have to hand it to them. I mean, the compass and the square overlapping. I mean, that is a really great symbol. Same with the Illuminati. A glowing triangle with an with an eyeball inside of it, and the square and compass. I mean, bravo! If that symbol had never been invented before, and you were the guy who came up with that, I mean, bravo! That it's honestly a really great symbol. Even the name, like Illuminati, and like their choice, like there's some very talented symbologists or whatever. Like they got some good artists on their team. They really understand a lot to be able to come up with such profound symbols. I mean, the square and the compass, like that honestly is some really good shit when you think about it.
Yeah, but look at this picture. They're wearing it. He's wearing it on a little apron around his waist. It's like, what? It's not like adorned up as part of his headdress, or
Right,
maybe it's for height. Maybe that's for hiding. But that's the thing that they brought to the moon and busted that out before the U.S. flag.
right. And
And
there you got
I think they brought it back too.
the
Like,
apron.
yeah, I think the Masons have it.
Oh, they never stopped. Yeah, I mean that's an old tradition that still lingers to today, for sure. There's plenty of pictures of like celebrity Masons like Shaq and Nelson Mandela, wearing their aprons and stuff.
Hmm.
But it is like, it, I mean, it is their style. Just like these weird ass things, like hey guys, you know what we're gonna do? We're all gonna wear little aprons over our groins. Yeah, that's how cool we are. We're gonna wear these little dainty apron. Like it's so it's so disguised, you know. It's the hidden hand that they all pull. You know, I mean, it's their little esoteric gestures and rituals and shit hidden in plain sight, I guess is the terminology for it.
I think that they get
Oh,
extra brownie points for that, for doing anything.
yeah, I mean, I give it to them, man. Like they're successful in their endeavors. Like they're doing it. They're pulling it off. They set out to accomplish something. I'm not sure what that specifically is, but it seems like they're accomplishing what what they were after.
See, they got the pillars going too. On
Oh
the
yeah, I mean
on
that. Yeah,
but not
that's what I was mentioning earlier with Boaz and Yakin. That's a big part of Freemasonry. If you search like Masonic tracing boards, you're always gonna have Boaz and Yakin pillars there. There's usually the sun and the moon hovering over the top of them accordingly. A checkered board floored that they're both sitting on top of. Maybe a throne or the letter G in the middle of them. And also, of course, there's going to be a star in the top center between the sun and the moon. That's Sirius,
all right.
the star Sirius.
I see what you're talking about. Here's I just posting like an old one that's got the things you're talking about in it. Wow, they're not all the same. The symbolism, it might come from verbal translation because each design is not the same.
Yeah, there's definitely some common themes, and it looks like you're just looking at aprons, which is great and all. It's definitely going to share a lot of similarities to the tracing boards, but when you want when you want to see like more detail, just search Masonic tracing boards, which I'm not even sure what that refers to. Like
Could
maybe you're given them and you're supposed to like pull up a piece of paper and draw it, like I don't know, hold it on top and trace it over, or draw it from memory or study it, or I don't know. That's what they're called, I think.
can someone join if they're not connected? Could you weasel your way in?
Oh yeah, you can go join a lodge easily.
Huh. Just got to
Oh, there you go.
put a banana up your ass and give them your mother's maiden name or something.
Yeah, get in the coffin and pleasure yourself.
Maybe next week, guys. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, yeah, go for it, man.
Thanks
Although
for the
you
offer.
you get although I mean it's official and well known that you're gonna have to take an oath of secrecy for every degree you level up. There's a prescribed ritual and not testimony, but oath you have to take. Or you say, I swear that if I divulge the lessons I learned from my elder brothers, that I will not resist having my heart cut out, shoved down my throat, and then my tongue burned out of my mouth by hot coals. I mean, it's graphic. I have a book written about like the first like it's a little
Did
pocket
you
book.
did you join the Masons, Fundy? You would tell us if you did.
Sounds like it. Yeah.
No, I didn't, but I got a book that says a lot of stuff about it. It's like a pretty old book. It's maybe 150 years old, and
I don't think they take just anybody.
I mean, I went in and asked them about it, and they explained it to me. I had some free time one day, just walked in,
Oh,
caught them
and
all.
then
caught them all having lunch. Well, the conversation got cut off. They said, "Hey, it's time for all of us to go up to the uh, upstairs like chamber where all the rituals take place." And they're like, they're like, you're not allowed to come with us. So this is where we part our ways. But I got a lot of questions in with them before I got kicked out. They even gave me a free lunch, invited me in, let me serve myself on a plate. Wasn't expecting that, but we all just sort of had a meal and talked. And yeah, they just said the things that I already knew. I asked them questions, and they gave me the answers that I was expecting.
That you already knew. You were prepared, were you?
I've watched enough YouTube videos of people discussing things that yeah, I had some answers in mind that I was expecting them to give me, and yep, I got the answers I was expecting from them. A lot of it were like, yeah, we can't talk about that.
Do you think at the higher levels they know that the Earth is flat?
As far as like a local lodge, I wouldn't be able to tell you on that level. Maybe at the highest level, but I don't know what that is. Maybe
You can tell us,
yeah,
or you won't tell us.
I can't, or they can't.
I said you can't tell us, or you won't tell us.
Very funny, man. No, I'm not a Mason. I'm not even interested in joining clubs, but I would be interested in
I don't want them to rip your heart out and burn your tongue, is all.
I've never signed it, or I've never taken any oaths or anything. I'm a free agent, man. I don't
Not me
belong to any
telling.
club.
It also could be a super Christian way of separating yourself from the set other cricks. What do you call it? Where they split off other factions, because it seems like it's super like no Christian. I mean, no Catholics, no Jews, no blacks as like a main part of the thing.
Oh, there's only one rule they say, and this was one of the answers they gave me that wasn't that they could just straight up answer. I was like, what are the rules for joining? And they said, first off, you have to believe in God, but you don't have to believe in the specifics of any God. But you don't have to believe in the specifics of like the biblical God. You can be like you just got to be. You could be a Zoroastrian and believe in Ahura Mazda as your creator God. As long as you have like a creator sky daddy belief and faith, you can join. Someone that you can swear oaths to, pretty much. Some deity that you can like curse yourself by like making promises to. As long as you believe in that, you can join. You got to be a guy. You got to be of a certain age, and you have to. What was the other one? I forget which one it was. Either you have to come of your own accord because they're not allowed to like ask another person that they meet, like, hey, do you want to join my club? Like you have to come to them and say, may I join? No one, and then there has to be like a vote taken by the elders of the lodge to, they have the final say. But yeah, just give your whole reason of life through faith or whatever to a sky daddy who controls the universe, and be a man, and ask to join of your own volition, I think, are the requirements.
Well, why didn't you join?
No, I didn't ask.
You were that close. You had the rule book in your hand. And did you ask how much the little bibs were? How much the little?
No, I didn't get like a lot of. I was there for probably like 20, 25 minutes.
Oh,
And a lot of it was just like explaining like why I walked in the doors. Like that's how it started off. I was like, "Hi, like this is a Freemason lodge. I just, I've heard a few things and just wanted to come in here and check it out, And they're like, "Oh, we're having lunch. There's food over there. You hungry?" I'm like, "I am hungry." And then it was like a bit of small talk, right? And then, I served myself and sat down with the first person I talked to when I came in, got my food and went back to him. He wasn't anyone special or anything. He's just the first person I met as I walked in the doors. And then I asked him about like, a lot of people think you guys are controlling the world, and there's like a secret society pulling the levers of uh, mankind or whatever. And he's like, "Oh, oh no! I mean, yeah, we've heard those rumors too. They're outlandish. That's just conspiracy theory." And I was like, "Oh, all right, all right." And I'm like, asked them about like, so how do you join? And they explained to me that, and it was 6 or 7 years ago that I went there, so I can't remember all the questions I asked, but like I said before, a few of them were like, "Yeah, those are things that you'll learn as a Mason, but we're not at liberty to just tell a stranger who walks in our doors those answers. That's information you have to earn, so we can't divulge that." And that's pretty much how it went. And then it got interrupted, but they're like, it's 1 o'clock, guys. Time to go upstairs and do our rituals or whatever they do up there. And that's when they told me that they had to go, and I wasn't allowed to, partake or come watch them do their thing upstairs.
well, I'm sure they had rules about that,
Oh, of
So
course,
Now, when you
that's
say
the holy
rituals,
place.
when you say rituals, they talking about like black hoods, cloaks with the hoods, and then like the torches.
Well, not that. Little dainty aprons, you know, little, not scary hoods, but actually like little frilly, uh, aprons and stuff. None. I mean, all of them were just wearing like casual clothes. Maybe they all have their cloaks hanging up on the back of the door upstairs or something that they put on.
Okay,
I,
okay,
I
so
wouldn't know.
more modern, more modern. I get it.
Yeah, it's not so medieval or anything like that. I wouldn't know really, and it probably depends on the lodge. And that's one of the reasons I didn't just straight up to ask to join them is because like I went to the one, the one went into. It wasn't in like the best of neighborhoods, and if I'm gonna ask to join one, I I figured I might as well go to one in a place closer to my house, not one that's like a 20-minute drive away. I was only in that area of town for a job I was working. So that wouldn't have been the lodge that I would have asked to join if I was interested, which I'm not. Sounds like a lot of bullshit.
So no women, huh?
Traditionally no, and still today no, except for, you know, uh, just like how traditionally in the church, females aren't allowed to be priests or whatever, or pastors, right? But you know how it goes nowadays. There are going to be the exceptions of like different lodges and sects, that allow women, or like an all women's Freemason lodge, something like that. But it's definitely not common, and it's definitely not traditional. But it has like it has become a thing recently.
they got forced legally to let blacks in, and then I think they have their own little separate. Well, maybe by neighborhood, but they were forced legally to let blacks in.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's the story with a lot of old, with a lot of a lot of old communities or whatever organizations, schools, universities. It all goes the same way in that department.
What's the Bible say about it? Since everyone was black at the time, right? Probably nothing.
Well, the Bible's down with a lot of things that are illegal nowadays. Slavery, mm, polygamy, incest, all sorts of stuff.
And there's a guy that comes around here with a blower cleaning the parking lot, and I just watched him blow stuff under my car and at my door. I gotta go bitch to this guy. I'll see you guys.
Did you just get your car washed?
No, definitely not. But it's just I just see lots of built up stuff where there shouldn't be, and now I know why. Because when somebody points,
you pay the guy?
no, that's his whole point. Is like there's a couple of areas that he feels it's not his problem, but it gets loud when he points it this direction. So I know he's blowing it at me. He could walk to the vehicles and then blow it the other way back where he's working. But instead, he blows it at me because I hear it. It gets loud for a second. And I just turned on a camera and I saw papers and stuff flying under my van.
You're not going to assault him or anything.
No, I'm just glad I have evidence of it now because he does it out front too. So, it's all
Well, he
right.
probably
Yeah,
blows all the shit under your car, so there's it up until he's done.
yeah, I just know he's doing it. So, it's his weird power trip. That's the thing. It's like some people are like they exercise their own little bit of power. And that's what he's doing. But I can tell the sound changes when he blows it towards me. Oh, here he comes again. Should I take a picture of it this time?
So, back on the Masons. Do you think they at the higher levels they track bloodlines? The other guy gone.
Fundy?
I didn't mean to cut you off, Dan. You can do what you gotta do.
Nah, Fundy split too. I'm not hip on that the way he was,
Meaning what?
I don't know anything really about it. You were asking back about the Masons again?
You're saying you're not hip on fundamental?
No, on the Masons. I don't know anything about it. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, I was trying to say, like really these Illuminati controllers that we talk about, or are they something just like a chill camp that doesn't hurt people?
I just think it's a way to keep it all in the family.
Yeah, that would be like with any sect, with any cult or group. Keep it in the family, keep it among people they know, keep the jobs, the income, the economy, the power among the family, among
Actually,
people they know.
My gut feeling now that you mention it is that the church would have been full of goody goods. So they have a separate group so they don't have to hang with all the goody goodies. And the church invites more family stuff instead of drinking, These guys
So you
probably.
have the church and they have the Masons, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Masons definitely do drink. Matter of fact, I joined the Knights of Columbus with my father just for a few years. I was active, and they each of their stables, I forget what you call them. They have they have beer. They have beer on kegs. I just noticed that, and one of the guys there said all the groups do that. All the men groups do that. So imagine the Masons do that too.
It took me a long time to realize why people enjoyed bowling. I think it's just for the drinking.
Yeah, that's definitely a part of it.
It's like, man, I got bowling night. It's really like I got drinking night.
Sometimes it depends on the group, but sometimes groups like that hook up. There's like hookups also.
The simplicity of going out dancing to bars for young people is weird.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm just going to go get impaired so I don't care so much. And end up smooching or whatever, going home with someone.
Totally.
It's like, I'm just going to get impaired so it don't matter. In
Relax your inhibition.
In a perfect world, you don't even remember. You go, I was drunk. When the Catholics, they get to, if they remember, they get to confess, right? Those confession guys in a little booth with their robes on.
You're not digging that confession.
Getting dirt. Well, that's the job right there. Getting dirt on everyone.
What could be better? Like you tell your sin, you're sorry, you repent, you start over, start fresh, new slate. Like all the stress lifted. You're a new man.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. It seems like all those priests too is claim to have been able to talk to God. So that's kind of cheating. If you think you need to go through a person to get to God, they've really fooled you. If you need an agent, I need an agent. Agents charge 15%. How much churches charge? $25. Don't they ask for a certain percentage of your income?
Are you talking about it costs money? I mean, you always can leave a donation.
Pass the plate, pass the pipe.
What do you think about weed shops? What do you live in a state that's legalized marijuana?
Yeah, California.
Oh, okay. So you're getting used to it being like available in not every corner, but pretty easily available.
Yeah, it's definitely every corner now.
Now, you think good or bad for our society?
It dropped the price. I don't think there was a huge amount of crime, but there might have been at upper levels. Where for a while the stores were getting robbed by people from other neighborhoods coming to better neighborhoods, and maybe grow places get robbed still. I'm not sure. So, but overall, I think everyone's happy. I think we dodged a bullet in particular because we started with it being medicinal, and we could have let big pharma in accidentally. So I think if big pharma wasn't connected to the companies playing with war at that time, I think they would have stepped in. That would have been
Okay,
really
hang on. What makes you think big pharma is not going to come in next and swoop up all the business?
It just
Like, what's
seems
to
like
stop Philip Morris from making marijuana cigarettes?
they can't. The ease of growth. It seems like the ease of growth really just went nuts here. There isn't any laws on growing it. So there's warehouses where all the manufacturing disappeared. There isn't shit being made. All the warehouses have weed in them. You can drive through places and smell it. Some
Right, but what's to stop a company like Philip Morris from making marijuana cigarettes and selling them in Walmart in
They'd
5 years.
they'd have to outlaw the smaller production, and it already got out of hand somehow. I'm not sure, but they have a lot of competition now, and the price naturally dumped to half price, literally, even more than that.
You have to realize what a corporate structure has, or what a mega conglomerate can do, is come into an area, kind of like Amazon did, or kind of like Walmart did, and they have the money, they have the finances to drop the price, to make the product drop the price and knock everybody else out of business. They got these stores, these weed houses. They're all like paycheck to paycheck. They don't have foundation for what they're doing. They go out of business. They they have, like you said, competition, and they're not very well capitalized because there's a lot of hoo-ha's doing it. Nobody really. It's kind of like the Wild Wild West, and it is
Yeah,
out of hand. I think it is out of hand, and something's going to happen in the future. Something's going to change, and those ones that are been paycheck to paycheck that aren't really very well capitalized, no foundation, they're going to get knocked off the block.
yeah, but that's kind of already happened with like weird like Russians and Armenians and stuff like that, like semi-mob kind of big business. It's already turned into big business. So if they have 3 or 4 stores and 2 warehouses, they end up almost with like territory.
Yeah, it's like now you got to worry about territory. Someone can move in on you.
Yeah, there's there's a lot of them. I mean, there's as many of them as 7-Elevens, maybe more. It's amazing, to be able to walk in and get weed, like the ice cream store. Pretty cool.
Yeah, they
Plus, you
claim it's a donation, but it's not really a donation because you don't donate the right amount, you can't get it.
they don't do that anymore. There's no donation game here anymore. Now that was through when it was medical. It was that way because they couldn't prescribe it or something. But now it's fully taxed, fully pre-weighed, even marked with the percentage of like cannabinoids and CBDs and whatever. It's the amount of potency is right on it. I think the nicest thing that happened is the edibles. Not that I appreciate them, but the people that do can now have a controlled dose, and they don't have to have the stigma of smoking, particularly if they had an illness, some kind of illness that wouldn't, emphysema or something, where you wouldn't want to be smoking. So they did allow, controlled dosage. The edibles do. So I think that'll help some people, particularly someone that might be otherwise anxiety ridden or medicated. It's pretty safe compared to other things, particularly opioids, right? No one's ever died of overdose from weed, but they have from like salt and aspirin, water, other stuff. So that's why the medical community just pushed it through eventually. They're like, well, no one's ever died from it. We got more serious problems. Shout out to weed.
I'm gonna check the other server.
What up, Jezza? Yo, what happened? Hmm. Pretty quiet. Quiet. It's very quiet in here. Yo. Who's that? Okay. I'll be back. It's quiet in here. Super quiet up in here. All right. I hope you guys had a good holiday, man. I'll be back.
Why is everyone on mute? Yo.